2, 3.
Call a meeting to order for Tuesday, May 21st. We have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Bausch.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Roden.
Here.
Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Hammond.
Here. On tonight's closed session, we have closed session items, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. Elizabeth, you want to tell us what we have to do?
Sure, thank you. We are convening the special meeting to discuss one item, which is, as you said, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2. We have one case.
Okay. Any discussion from the council? Anybody from the public? Yes.
No, I was just surprised to see this closed session show up on the calendar. And I'm Dave Nelson, Crown Way in Paso. Surprised to see this closed session show up suddenly. And again, me as a citizen has no idea what it is you're talking about. I know we can't talk about the litigation itself, but we have no idea what has suddenly exposed the city to what is it? Anticipated litigation. So that's a question. Another question I have, who exactly is in attendance at the closed sessions? Third, can we move the report from the closed session ahead early in the open session? It seems that the schedule says it's after open session.
We report out as soon as we come back into,
Okay.
yeah, you'll hear something. All right, Elizabeth, you want to answer the other two questions?
Sure. So under the Brown Act, the council has the ability to go into closed session when it is aware of facts that may or may not be known to other parties, or when when they have become aware of a threat of litigation. We don't disclose the exact nature because it would jeopardize the city's position potentially in that litigation. When we get to a point where the information is known publicly, or the city's going to take some formal position on the litigation, then we would report that out. And that's the report out that you see later on the agenda.
It just seems to me that whoever the anticipated litigation is coming from knows, and you all know, so the two parties know, so disclosing it to the people that these parties might have litigation would just be information we don't have now, even if we don't have details of what it might be about. So every time I've seen one of these, it's just generic litigation, and it leads me to wonder. A lot of people I've talked to said, we don't know what they're doing in that.
We're just following government code.
Right.
Bottom line. Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, we'll bring back council and go ahead and then adjourn to closed session. Welcome, everybody, to the Paso Robles City Council meeting for Tuesday, May 21st. We had a closed session. I'll allow our city attorney to report out.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the special meeting this afternoon, we went into closed session on one item. It was conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, one case, and there was no reportable action from that closed session.
Okay, very good. Do we need to report out of the first closed session, Melissa, or do you want us to just call roll call at this point?
Do they need to adjourn?
Yeah, we need to adjourn the special meeting and then convene the regular meeting.
Okay,
please.
well, I'll go ahead and adjourn this special meeting and come back then to our regular city council.
Motion to adjourn the special meeting.
Okay. So we have a motion by Val, second by Gregory. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Okay. Then we'll move on to tonight's calendar, Tuesday, May 21st. A roll call, please.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye, here. And we'll go ahead and let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'll have Pastor Pat Sheehan with the invocation, led by Councilman Gregory.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Father, we thank you for our elected leaders, Mayor Hammond, councilpersons Gregory, Bosch, Strong, and Roden. Fill them with the spirit of wisdom and revelation and the knowledge of Christ for every decision before them tonight. Lord, bless and be with our police and emergency services personnel who bravely serve and keep us all. Give grace to our city staff and supply them with all they need to manage and care for our city. And Father, we ask all of this in the glorious name of your Son, the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Pastor Sheehan, I'd like to thank you again for an invitation to the Pentecost at the Family Worship Center Sunday. Thank you for inviting me, and it was very helpful and honored to be there for you.
It was our honor to have you, sir.
Thank you, Pat. All right, we'll go ahead and do staff introductions next, starting at my right.
Melissa Boyer, City Clerk, joined by Karen Jackson, IT Technician, and Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
For local utilities director.
Also, Economic Development. Ronnie Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Paul Hattie, Fire Marshal. Dave York, the Chief. Office Cornell, Aaron Nash.
Chris Youout, Assistant City Manager.
Elizabeth Hall, City Attorney.
All right, thank you. Beginning presentations, we have the California Association for Local Economic Development, the 2024 Award of Merit. Who has that? Paul?
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Laura Colrow. I am the Membership and Rural Exchange person from the California Association for Local Economic Development in Sacramento. CalEd is a statewide organization with more than 900 members whose common goal is economic development in small communities and large communities. I'm here this evening to present the City of Paso Robles with the Award of Merit for our annual award program in collaborations and partnerships for the North San Luis Obispo County Broadband Strategic Plan. The cities of Atascadero and Paso Robles embarked on a regional effort to assess the broadband condition of their respective communities, driven by a view that broadband is becoming the fourth utility. With state and federal broadband funding at historic levels, these cities took a regional approach in working together to accelerate planning in the quest for enhanced broadband and infrastructure solutions through community outreach, stakeholder engagement, data analysis, development and assessment of network business and operating models. A comprehensive plan was developed. So it is my honor to give these cities the award. I need a photo. Great.
Paul? Yep. And next, we have a couple presentations. If I could have Alex Nakamura.
Steve.
This is a proclamation. For us to recognize older adults every facet through their growth. Older adults died from their generation. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of authority of SME as mayor and speaking on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim month of May 2024 as Older Americans Month. Would you like to say something?
I just want to say thank you, and I especially want to thank the City of Paso Robles and its leadership for so much support in creating healthy older adults in our communities here, as demonstrated through the Paso Robles Senior Center and also supporting our volunteer programs. So thank you very much.
Thank you for coming tonight. And next we have a proclamation for Whitney Channing, and that's the National Travel Tourism. Whitney, there you go. Thank you. National Travel and Tourism Week, May 19th through 25th, 2024. Whereas the travel and tourism industry is essential to the success of every industry and will continue to be a critical part of Paso Robles' economy, development, and workforce. And whereas tourism is an economic powerhouse for every state and destination across the country, with an economic output of $2.8 trillion, supporting 15 million American jobs. And whereas the California tourism industry resilience has seen travel spending surpass the record
$144.9 billion since 2019, overcoming the devastating impacts of the pandemic. And whereas tourism enables success for all industries, including manufacturing, agricultural, defense, healthcare, and more, by driving sales growth, innovation, education, and operations that power our economy, our nation, and our community. And whereas in San Luis Obispo County, tourism generated $2.32 billion in visitor spending, $60.1 million in transient occupancy tax, and 22,830 jobs in 2023. And whereas tourism in San Luis Obispo County generated $207 million in state and local tax and comprised 10.66% of the countywide gross domestic product in 2023. And whereas tourism in San Luis Obispo County generated an essential industry, we must continue to communicate that growing travel and tourism leads to economic growth benefits, fosters mutual understanding, and connects the nation. And whereas the California legislature in 2016 declared every May as California Tourism Month to celebrate the positive economic impact of tourism in California, and whereas Travel Paso is the official destination marketing organization for Paso Robles and leads the tourism community in Paso Robles region through marketing, branding, and selling Paso Robles to our visitors, advocating our tourism ecosystem, and sharing critical industry data. And whereas Visit San Luis Obispo Cal, SLO-Cal, is the countywide destination marketing and management organization for San Luis Obispo Cal, and representing and responsible for promoting San Luis Obispo County communities as an attractive travel region, strengthening our regional economy. And there's one more. I know, this is long. Yeah. And therefore, let it be resolved that I, John Hammond, by virtue of the vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire city council, do hereby proclaim May 19th through 25th, 2024 as National Travel and Tourism Week. Would you like to say a few words?
I appreciate that. Just a quick thank you to you and the council, as well as Travel Paso, for everything you do to support travel and tourism within the economy. I'm relatively new to my role. My name is Whitney Cheney. I'm the Director of Community Engagement and Advocacy for Visit SLO-Cal. We're really excited about the numbers coming in about traveling and tourism, and we look forward to a really good summer. So thank you.
And next we have Youth Commission report. Linda Plesha, you have the report.
Good evening, City Council. It is my pleasure to welcome Youth Commissioners Cole Amon and Diviana Emmons to come and present the annual report for the Youth Commissioners this year. As you know, they've been remarkably productive, and we're incredibly proud of these young leaders in our community. And without further ado, here they are.
Good evening, council members and Mayor Hammond, city staff, and fellow residents of Paso Robles. I am Paso Robles Youth Commissioner Diviana Emmons, and this is Cole Ammon. And we are pleased to report on the productive year our Youth Commission has had, representing teens in our community and advocating for more services and opportunities for the younger residents in Paso Robles. So our commission established 4 goals for this fiscal year. Our first one being to support the new teen center at Centennial Park. So the center opened August 21st, 2023, and this was very exciting and a very big deal for us because, you know, we've been working on this project for a very long time, and so it's very exciting that it's finally open. It is a free non-custodial program serving roughly 85 teens daily. It's a safe space to chill, play, socialize, eat, and study. Since it's near Lewis, it's a great place for kids to walk to. It's a safe place to wait for a little bit if their parents need extra time to pick them up and things like that. And our goal number 2 was to update the Youth Commission bylaws. So we wanted to do that to make our bylaws consistent with all city advisory bodies' bylaws and also to clarify membership eligibility. Goal number 3 is recruitment and applicants for the Youth Commission. I was actually part of the subcommittee for this one, so one of our main goals was to really advocate and bring awareness to the middle schoolers and Cuesta College campuses, because our Youth Commission is actually open to people ages 14 to 21, so that includes 8th graders, incoming freshmen, up into Cuesta College members and things like that. So the city received 17 applications, and we have 6 open board positions, and 3 of those were actually from Cuesta College, which is super exciting because, that was one of our goals. And so we also focused on supporting diversity and inclusion. And our last goal was to host a teen event, which actually just happened last Friday. We had a teen movie night, May 17th at Centennial Park. It was an outdoor movie, and we had games, snacks, art, food, music, and it was a really fun time. We had a great show out, and it was really fun. So that was our main project that we were working on the last few months. So we're really happy with how that turned out and really excited. The Youth Commission would like to thank the Rec Foundation and City Library for their support and partnership throughout this year, and also to City staff and City Council for their support. And a special thanks to Council Liaisons, Councilmember Bausch and Councilmember Strong. Cole and I are really happy with how this year went, and we will be serving next year on the Youth Commission, so we are looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that concludes our presentations. Chris?
Just before Cole and Divvy leave, Cole, Divvy, I just want to say thank you very much. Working with you and with all the commissioners has been an amazing treat. If your dedication, your creativity, your excitement, your enthusiasm, I'm so impressed. If you are exemplary of what's coming down the pike, the future is bright for Paso Robles. So thank you for all you do. Looking forward to working with you next year.
Councilman Strong.
Yes, and I have to not only echo that, but say that this is the most outstanding youth commission I think we have ever had. These members are amazing, and what they've accomplished is also amazing.
All right. Well done. All right, moving on to general public comments. This is the time that the public may address the council on items within its purview but not scheduled on tonight's agenda. Council or staff may briefly respond to statements or questions posed by the public. Please fill out a speaker card and give it to the city clerk upon speaking at the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. Those people wishing to speak on any item scheduled for tonight's agenda will be given the opportunity to speak when that item is being heard. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, council members and staff, I'm Mike Cusson, 411 14th Street. I'm the local coordinator for AARP Tax Aid here in Paso Robles, both at the Veterans Building and also in this room here at the city's library. We're part of the IRS VITA program, Volunteers in Tax Assistance, which is all over the country. And AARP is one of the largest, if not the largest sponsor of that particular program. In SLO, we've got 9 sites from Napomo up to Paso, and we do 3,200 returns in this county, all of them for free. I'm pleased to come before you tonight to let you know that this is the best tax season we've ever had. Here in Paso, we prepared over 1,000 tax returns. This is the first time we've broken 1,000 in 25 years of doing free taxes in Paso. And when you add in Tascadero, we have the local coordinator for Tascadero, Heidi Seeley, with us tonight. They did another 400 tax returns, brought us up to 1,400 tax returns in the North County that were all done for free on behalf of your constituents. We got over $800,000 in refunds in Paso alone, another $250,000 in refunds in Atascadero. That pushed us over $1 million for our North County communities, which is really important. That's money that's coming back into the city, into the economy up in the North County. We're really pleased with that. We did this with about 20 tax preparers, such as myself, Heidi, and Karen McLaurin is also here tonight. Karen is a Canadian and even knows how to do California and federal taxes. She's been taught well. So we have 20 preparers, and a few of these are the ones that are with us tonight. We have greeters that sit at the door and introduce themselves to people and make people feel calm, because doing the taxes is a horrible thing you have to do. Everyone that comes to see us has a huge amount of angst. And so the greeters calm down that angst. And we have telephone schedulers also. And the volunteers, as well as our clients, are all your constituents. And it's really, they're pleased to serve the program and be served by the program. So it's very important to have this program continue. And we couldn't have done it without the city. In particular, I want to thank Angelica Fortin, the Community Services Department, and Linda Plesha, of the Recreation Services Manager, for coordinating the use of this room as well as the Veterans Building over on Scott Street. Our Saturday operations were fully supported by Karen Christensen, the Adult Services Librarian, Don Rader, who we all know, and the rest of the library staff. And we're the only site in San Luis Obispo County that's open on Saturdays to help people who have to work during the week. At the Veterans Building, it was the Board of Trustees and John Irwin who gave us the room 2 days a week to work together over there, and Mickey Wright at the Senior Center with her volunteers helped to coordinate things. I want to thank KPRL for putting us on Sound Off twice to promote the program. We're hoping to extend our services next year to Oak Park and look forward to working with the Spanish-speaking community who have not been able to easily file tax returns and get refunds they are entitled to. Thanks again to you for supporting AARP Tax Aid, a program that the entire community benefits from. If your listeners are interested in joining with us, give Mickey a call at the Senior Center. We'd love to have you do taxes with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. I just wanted to say, I'll introduce myself first. I'm Tracy Dodderman. I live at 216 Red River Drive in Paso Robles. Earlier this week, I interviewed for the Parks and Rec Committee. Unfortunately, I was not chosen to serve on that committee, but I wanted to come here tonight and say thank you. And I also wanted to say how impressive I found the diverse candidate pool. There were people of color, there were women, there were parents of young children, and I hope that everyone who interviewed stays involved, just like you suggested, so that one day all of the committees and the city council are made up of people representative of our diverse community. Thank you so much.
Tracy, please stay engaged too. We want to see you somewhere. All right, thank you.
Hi, Ana Munoz, La Maestra's back. So if you don't mind getting up and clapping, because I thought the Olive and Lavender Festival was beautiful. All the tourists say thank you for the free parking. I know the meeting was very busy last time, so thank you everybody for allowing our tourists to come and build our businesses. The follow-up is on Halloween and Dia de los Muertos. These are not official, just ideas. That's what I do best, is I bring ideas. I know we want to do more activities in the park, and we're going to sit together and figure it all out with the Hispanic Business Association for Dia de los Muertos. And I come to you today to ask for help. So I was thinking if we could have a fire truck, a police officer vehicle, all that good stuff our little kids love out in the Halloween time park, that might be something fun, or a trailer or something kind of fall festival. If you work with the Boy Scouts, you have a church group, you want a booth, let us know. We would possibly like to do a trunk or treat. So if you have a really cool hot rod and you want to decorate it and really enjoy downtown for Halloween, we'd love to have you. For Dia de los Muertos, that was my big push, so I decided I should take care of that, right? I should come forward and be that leader. So I spent over 20 hours on top of teaching, contacting groups, and they would love to come down and dance and do their mariachi and the folklorico and sing, and of course bring the vendors in with their handmade traditional items. You asked us to look at our budgets and to think of fundraisers, and as a vendor personally, I think the easier way to do that is to also have a higher booth fee. And so when I presented these demo flyers and what we'd like to do in the park, they're like, oh, we pay good money for that. We're in. We want to be part of this. So it's exciting that the whole community is coming together to provide more options for our students, and families. Last but not least, thank you. Thank you for stepping it up. I know last meeting was hard, and this one is great, so thank you for that. And we really, 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 from the bottom of my heart, we appreciate all your financial help and support for the Downtown Business Association. I went to college at Cal Poly SLO. I've done over 10,000 events. I always come back to Paso. It's my favorite place to get together with the community. So thank you for everything.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Francisco?
How you guys doing, Mayor, City Council members? Francisco Ramirez. I want to say thank you for all the work that the city has done, following up on the request I made a couple of months ago or more. The traffic's been taken care of on both bridges. I do appreciate that, that the staff has done. It's shaved it off, and that's pretty well traveled now. Also, 24th Street and Pine was also attended to, and I want to say thank you for doing such a good job there by the city. I want to thank you from behalf of the community that said thank you, Francisco, for going for us and talking and asking the city to come and check it out and see what they can do, and you have. Since the taxes were brought up, I also want to bring up that there was another also agency, United Way out of San Luis Obispo, that did provide help with Spanish-speaking farm workers doing their taxes at the Oak Park Community Center. And it was also on the weekend because that's when they're available to do it. So they were also there. It was in collaboration and also with help with the Hispanic Business Association. So I want to say thank you to them and recognize them that it's another outside organization that comes in and helps out the community. And taxes is what we all need to do. And they did provide that, and it was in Spanish. So I want to say thank you to them, and so that we can continue to do it, hopefully also next year, and provide that service in Spanish to our hardworking agriculture field workers that don't speak English very well or speak English at all. So I just want to say thank you. And then also in the past, being a part of the Hispanic Business Association that's been going on for 15 years, we have had celebrations of Dia de los Muertos. So let's keep collaborating and doing it together because it's a cultural thing that everybody can partake and be a part of. And we like to show that as some of you city council people have been part of the fundraisers that we've done. And we like to continue to do those and collaborating with the other agencies to do so. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Francisco. Anyone else on public comment? All right, we'll go ahead and close that and move on then to the next item, which is the agenda items to be deferred. Mr. Hewitt, do we have anything?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay. So next comes to the items on consent calendar are not considered or are considered routine and do not require a separate discussion. However, any member of the council or the public has the opportunity to answer or to ask questions or clarification on an item before it votes. We will address them at that point. Any one member who wishes to pull for full discussion the item will then be moved to the end of the discussion line of agenda items tonight. So having that, we don't have this set, Chris, but we typically read through all the consent items. Would you do that, please, at this point?
There we go. Yes, so on the consent calendar this evening, there are 11 items. The first is the approval of the May 7th, 2024 City Council minutes. The second item is approval of the May 8th, 2024 City Council special meeting minutes. Item 3 is receipt of advisory body minutes that have been meeting since you last met. Item 4 is a second reading of an ordinance that amends a chapter of the municipal code that's going to allow for electronic and paperless filings of certain campaign and other FPPC, Fair Political Practices Commission disclosure statements. You all had first reading that passed last meeting. Item 5 is a second reading by title only and adoption of ordinance 1139, which is repealing ordinance number 1135, which pertains to the downtown paid parking program. Again, this item was heard at your last meeting and approved by a 5-0 vote. So this is the second reading of that item. Item 6 is receipt of the warrant register. And excuse me, I don't have that pulled up to review the larger expenditures, but I'm happy to do that after if so desired. Item 7 is approval of the purchase of certain information technology software through a national procurement process. So essentially the city's piggybacking on a bidding process that occurred through a recognized association of state procurement officials. Item 8 is approval of a resolution related to the salary range of a deputy community development director and city engineer, a certain reclassification, of the city engineer position in relationship to desire for enhanced recruitment opportunities, essentially. Item 9 is approval of a construction management services agreement for our AMI project, which is our automatic metering infrastructure. That's related to the replacement of all domestic water meters with an automatic system. This is for the construction management portion of that project. Item 10 is an engineering services. As you know, we utilize outside engineering services for a variety of different scopes of work. We have a current agreement with M&S Engineering. This is an amendment to extend those services for a time being, as we still need those services. And finally, item 11 is a approval of an oak tree removal in Sherwood Park to accommodate improvements for planned pickleball courts. And so with that, Mayor, that concludes the consent calendar. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Huot. Any questions? Well, I'll start with council. Anybody wish to pull an item, number 1?
Can we get to the warrant register? Thank you.
So you're pulling the warrant register?
No, I just wanted to read the big ticket items.
Okay.
Just a minute here. There are 66 pages, and I apologize.
It's on the first page.
There we go.
There we go.
That's what it is. That's what I was looking for. It appeared, okay, there we are. Sorry, getting oriented here. The first large expenditure was related to a runway rehab project at the airport. This is funded through the airport fund. And this was, again, for that rehab work in the amount of $402,925. The second item was attorney's fees for February of 2024 in the amount of $116,637.71. The third item is ARPA. It's ARPA grant funds for COVID-related expenditures, I believe, and Mr. Cornell can chime in if I'm getting that wrong, but that was paid to Financial Credit Network in the amount of $134,213.09. And then the last item, I believe, is a pass-through item to our local Travel Paso Destination Marketing Group in the amount of $122,794.73. And again, that's related to the Tourism Improvement District pass-through that the city collects and passes along to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joe.
So I'll answer the question, or go again. Anyone wish to pull a full item on the consent? Okay. Any questions from the council on consent besides Chris? Okay, go to the public. Anyone wish to have a question, Paul? Or
Dale Gustin, 630 13th Street, Paso Robles, California. I have a comment about J5. And my comment is that in 2018, I presented a time program instead of a paid program, and you chose the paid program. Ever since then, you know, I've been campaigning against the paid program. But it took our citizens to finally gather together and tell you we don't like it. And so I thank you for listening to the public and getting rid of the paid parking.
okay. Any other one from the public? Okay, we'll bring it back to council then for
Mr. Mayor?
direction and or.
I'm sorry, we have somebody online who, I'm not sure if they want to talk to the consent calendar or the general public comment, but
It was for general public comment, but
we
they
had
had fallen
technical
off.
difficulty. I
Their
lost
call
them.
had dropped before it was time to give general public comment, and they've
I
since
see.
called back.
So
Okay.
Do you want to?
if I can finish, if we can finish the consent calendar and then maybe reopen
If
general
she-
public comment to give that person.
Yeah, we'll reopen it if she wants to call back, whoever it was. So again, back to council then for discussion and or action.
Mayor Hammond, I'd like
Pro
to
Tem Gregory.
approve items 1 through 11. Second for approval.
Okay, we have a motion by Pro Tem Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. All right.
Then now if we could just reopen public comment for a minute and catch that one. who we
Yes,
had
we'll go back.
Technical difficulty with.
Open public comment for the person to call in.
Okay. This is Mark Elterman and Gina Grebe on the same call.
Hello?
Hello, Mayor
Yes.
Hammond, council, city staff. Can you hear us?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay, yeah, we had some technical issues apparently, but I'd like to just welcome all of you to the 3rd annual Safety Fest. Now, it's a huge event, as you know, with our City of Paso Robles Fire and Emergency Services doing most of the heavy lifting on this. Paso Safe, the volunteer initiative, Gina and I are doing some of the promotion for it. We have an incredible lineup to share with you. Want to make sure that the city council, family, friends, the community makes it out to the city park Saturday, June 1st from 10 to 3. Some key highlights that we'd like for you all to think about. The welcoming ceremony is going to be about 10:15. We certainly welcome thanking Mayor Hammond to be there. We're going to have Athena Sorensen that's going to sing the national anthem. That will definitely bring tears to your eyes, followed by Mayor Hammond, Mercy Air, the CHP, H70. We do a flyover. And then we're going to do all these great basically events and activities that Gina will tell you a little bit about. The difference this year, if you all made it out last year, is we're going to have live entertainment on the stage in the gazebo all day long. So we're starting off with Eric Dawson, young singer-songwriter, Athena Sorensen, of course, Emily Smith. She's a local favorite. Noak Tangaris, Lance Robeson, and Rowdy Yates. And then we're just going to have an incredible array of city emergency first responders. You can interact with them, and a lot more. We have so many sponsors and exhibitors. There's too many to mention. But Gina will give you a quick highlight of the rundown of what we have to offer.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Glad to be here. We also have the Children's Museum. The fire truck will be there for the children. We also have an array of different professional safety exhibitors in addition to our first responders. Everything from cyber safety to economic safety, pet safety, you name it. It's pretty exciting. We also have fun, engaging activities like CERT, Community Emergency Response Team. And by the way, the event proceeds go to support them. And they have a Disasterville, which is kind of cool. It emulates what it's like to undergo a flood, earthquake, and other type of disasters. And then we also have the canine demo. We have 2 scheduled this year, which is kind of exciting. And then we have tug of war competition for the first responders, which will be a lot of fun to watch too. If you'd like to learn more and check it out, log on to safetyfest.live. We still are accepting new exhibitors as well as sponsors. And if you want to volunteer, you're welcome to do that too. And I'd just like to say an extra thank you to CERT team volunteers, the community for participating. the more that participate, the safer we are. And also, I want to say thank you to the city for making this happen as well. It is a collaborative effort, and we couldn't do it all alone. It takes a village. So thank you, everybody, and we'll look forward to seeing you at the Safety Fest.
Thank you, Mark and Gina. We'll see you that Saturday, June 1st. Okay.
See you then.
Councilman Strong, you had a hard stop. You're trying to get to a meeting tomorrow morning early. Do you want to move something on discussion?
Yes, if the council agrees, I would like to move L2 up before K1.
Okay. We have an agreement on that. Anybody have a problem with moving L2 up at this point in time?
I agree with that.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead and do that. Chris, that's going to be, looks like your item. So we didn't make a motion on that, Elizabeth, or just go ahead and run? Okay. Just change the schedule.
I'm sorry, you can just go ahead and change the schedule by consensus.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and consideration then for continuation and or increase of Measure E12 to fund local road repair and maintenance. Chris Huot.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Yes, I'm going to have Mr. Fraser load the presentation and we'll get going. So as you know, as we've talked about in previous presentations before this council, the Measure E12, which is a half-cent general sales tax, is coming up on its sunset date, which is the end of March of 2025. So as we look to the November election and begin to plan for budgeting in the next couple of years, or in the middle of budgeting for the next couple of years, this is, of course, a big potential impact one way or another within the city's budget, as well as within the community. So with that, tonight we've prepared a discussion item for you to walk through. This is a presentation or a variation of a presentation that has been made over the last many months across the community, including again in front of this council, I believe once, if not twice. So with that, we have multiple presenters this evening. The first is going to be Public Works Director Frida Berman, followed by our excuse me.
I don't know.
We have crosstalk going.
There we go. Followed by our a FM3, our polling consultant representative. Then Ryan, Cornell, and myself will also join in. So without further ado, Ms. Berman, please.
Frida.
Thank you, Chris. Frida Berman, Public Works Director. As Chris mentioned, many of you have seen this presentation before, but we are coming to the point of no return, so to speak. So here we go. We're going to start with a video.
E12 truly has transformed our ability to improve the road conditions throughout the city. They're used every day from emergency services, police and fire, public works, sanitation. Everything depends upon well-maintained roads. 2012 was when the E12 sales tax override was initiated by the voters in direct response to the poor conditions of the roads. The voters decided to put in a half-cent sales tax override, which is directed solely to roads. We have about $6 million a year in dedicated revenue that's solely spent on roads. Tourism pays for the majority of that through sales tax.
I live on Putter Avenue here in the Country Club States. The roads were falling apart. Me and my daughter loved to longboard, skateboard a lot. The roads were so coarse and you couldn't do anything like that. Now that the roads are repaired, people are a little more happy living here in this neighborhood.
When I go on the road with my friends or my parents now, it's not super bumpy anymore. There's no potholes anymore that you fall into, or we can just cruise.
The people I work with on the committee from the city have been very professional in providing the necessary information to verify what they're doing as according to the goals. I can tell you that the money is being spent appropriately, that aligns with the city goals and objectives.
Our city council, they do listen to the community. When the community sees their tax dollars getting used for what we voted for, it gives a good feeling.
The streets are very important to have as a beautification of your city.
Robles has civic pride, and it's reflected in everything that we do. And I'm super excited about the prospects for the future.
As mentioned in the video, Measure E12 is a half-cent supplemental sales tax dedicated to street maintenance and repair. It was passed by voters in November of 2012 and expires in less than a year at the end of March 2025 for a total duration of 12 years. Annually, E12 funds between $6 and $7 million in road repair, all of which stays in the city of Paso Robles. It is not shared regionally. Road repairs are scheduled and constructed as laid out in the 2 City Council adopted 6-year street plans. Even more, all revenues and expenditures of Measure E12 funds are reviewed by the city's Supplemental Sales Tax Oversight Committee, and projects are specifically authorized by City Council. This slide illustrates the total amount of dollars that we expect to collect with Measure E12 over the 12 years of the measure. However, the city uses several revenue sources for road repair, including Senate Bill 1, gas tax, grant funds, some general funds, and Measure J20 funds. But E12 is by far the largest contributor with, as I mentioned, an anticipated $65 million received over the 12-year span of the measure. Also, as mentioned, all Measure E12 revenues and expenditures are reviewed by the City Supplemental Sales Tax Oversight Committee. 11 community members sit on the committee, which has met 40 times since the measure was enacted. The committee is presented with a comprehensive report on projects and expenditures at each meeting. They provide input and ensure the funds are being spent as the community has prioritized. They report their findings to both the public and to you, the council. E12 has provided funding for over 35 different road maintenance projects, focusing on arterial and collector streets. These expenditures total over $46 million, with an additional $32 million committed toward uncompleted projects. 27 E12 projects have been completed. The point here is not to read the slide, but just to demonstrate that we have 27 separate projects that have been completed, 15 projects are underway, and only 2 remain to be started: the 13th Street Bridge and Niblick Bridge resurfacing, deck resurfacing, and Melody Drive. To provide some context, Paso Robles has more than 150 lane miles or 33 million square feet of pavement. Almost 72% of it is in residential neighborhoods. Although if you look at this project map, and if you look at the map, green are streets that have been touched, magenta are streets that have not been touched. And in this blow up of the west side, you see that the residential streets, in large part, are the streets that remain to be repaired. The focus at City Council's direction, and as reflected in the adopted street plans, has been on arterial and collector streets. And that has a lot to do with pavement condition index and the amount of dollars and work needed to repair arterials and collectors versus residential streets. I think the best way to put it is more bang for your buck. A greater impact to the road system as a whole is made by addressing more of the arterial and collector streets, which may require a grind and overlay, as opposed to a residential street that may require full depth reconstruction, curbs, gutters, ramps, and utility replacements. A lot of our residential streets are up to 100 years old. They have to be rebuilt. So what is pavement condition index, or PCI? PCI is a number between 0 and 100, with 100 being best, that indicates the general condition of a pavement section. Prior to the expenditure of E12 funds on road repair, Paso Robles averaged a PCI of under 50. Now, with 11 and a half years of E12 projects, the average has increased to 55. Why not a bigger increase? A couple of reasons. One, the roads we haven't worked on continue to deteriorate. And two, importantly, roads are like a new vehicle. And it's like when you take a car off the car lot, you never have that same value as when it was first completed. Unless you go back and maintain a road every 5 to 10 years with crack sealing or slurry sealed, that road deteriorates. The funding model we are using now, which focuses that $6 to $7 million on the next project or the next repair, doesn't allow for enough money for ongoing maintenance of repaired roads. Case in point, residential streets. On the left, Oak and 5th. On the right, 4th and Olive. On the left, 22nd and Vine. On the right, 4th and Oak. Our engineers estimate that more than $350 million of road repair work remains. That includes associated utility replacements that can be up to 40% of the project cost. $350 million is a huge number, and the models you'll be seeing later for the first 5 years don't approach that. However, how do we take a bigger bite of the apple? I think that's the question. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chris.
Thank you. And if I could ask Mr. Fraze just to advance the slide. Or Ms. Berman, there we go. Just talking a little bit more about engagement and outreach. So over the last many months, we've brought this item to the City Council, as well as brought a discussion, a similar presentation to various stakeholder groups within the community. This slide outlines all those different engagements, including the community budget workshop that was held by the city, a couple of coffee with the city manager sessions. You saw the video earlier. We've also launched a street repair map and a how-to video, so anybody can go online on the city's website and see when their road was last touched in terms of maintenance, what the PCI is, and if it's going to be repaired or if there's planned maintenance in the coming months or years. That's all there for everybody to take a look at. So with that, beyond these engagement outreach sessions, we've also contracted with a polling firm who, and like the city has done in prior years, essentially surveyed likely voters within the city of Paso Robles on a variety of different topics, but in particular focusing in on the desire to see potentially a form of this tax potentially continue. And so with that on the line, I believe is Adam Schoenstein with FM3. He has a separate presentation, so we're going to get that loaded back up, and then he will take it from here.
Thanks, Chris. Adam Sonnenschein with FM3. I'll just wait till that gets up. Oh, there we go. You guys are fast. Great. We could go to the first slide, and we'll talk about the methodology that we use to complete this survey. It was done a little bit earlier in the year in February. We did this research with people who would be considered likely November 2024 voters in the city of Paso Robles. So that means they are registered to vote, they have a past voting history, and one would expect that they are likely to vote in that presidential election, although I'll just point out, based on when we did the survey, we're not factoring in the turnout in the March election into that projection. We did 621 survey interviews, which gives you a margin of error of plus or minus 4% for questions asked of everybody. As I think Chris alluded to, we tested a couple different options here, splitting our sample with half the people responding to one version of a ballot measure and the other to a different version. And in that case, because we have a smaller sample responding to each question, we have a larger margin of error. We reached people in a few different ways, as we have in the past in your city. We did phone calls with live telephone interviewers on both cell phones and landlines. We sent email and text message invitations for people to take the survey online, and they could do one or the other, not both. And the online survey is not like one of the ones that might show up on Nextdoor or Facebook, or you get in your email that just you could take it 100 times or forward it to all your friends for them to take it. It's protected so that we get a good representative sample of the likely voters. We've done surveys for your city several times in the past. You can see 2018, 2019, 2020, 2022. We're going to, where appropriate, flash back to some other information. We made the survey available in English and Spanish, and you might see something that doesn't quite add up to 100%, and that's because we've rounded decimal points. Okay, we go to the next slide, please. So here's where we're going to show you some of that background information of how voters have felt in your community in past years compared to now. This is a really important question as it relates to any kind of funding measure, and that if you can read it in the small font in the bottom in your personal opinion, do you think there's a great need, some need, a little need, or no real need for additional funds to provide the level of city services that Paso Robles residents need and want? You can see that the sort of darker purple here is for great need. That's at 28% in the current survey, actually higher than we've seen in past years, although statistically pretty similar, at least to 2019. Some need at 35%. We've added that up, and with rounding, that gets to 62%, great or some need, compared to 26% who would say little or no real need in orange, 12% don't know. So interestingly, despite the fact that there have been some revenue measures in the past few years for the city, voters still perceive that the city needs additional funding. We go to the next slide. Here are the two measures that I mentioned earlier that we were looking to get voter feedback on. Both are meant to be replacements or continuations of E12. On the left, you've got what we call the Essential Services Funding Continuation Measure, and that is just to essentially continue the voter-approved half-cent sales tax, should provide $5.5 million. You'll notice we've given some illustrative examples of how funding could be used here while still maintaining this as a general purpose measure with some fiscal accountability at the end. On the right-hand side, because we were testing a 1 cent measure to provide additional revenue to the city for these purposes, couldn't call it a continuation measure in the title, and you'll notice in the underline we're saying extending / increasing that sales tax to a 1 cent rate. That would generate $11 million, and otherwise we've tried to keep the language as similar as possible. Next slide, please. So here's the voter reaction to the 1 cent measure and the half-cent measure. You can see on the initial response, just when people were read that ballot question over the phone or they read it for themselves online, about 2/3 supported that half-cent renewal, 67% compared to 29% who would say no, 4% who were undecided. On the right-hand side, the 1% measure is a little more narrower in terms of support there, 54% saying yes, 42% saying no, 4% undecided. Now, we always like to look at the intensity with which people hold their opinions. You'll notice that for the half-cent measure, that definitely yes or probably yes, the more kind of intense opinions are at 62%, well clear of the 50% threshold needed for this measure, even including that margin of error. On the right-hand side, the more intense response, the definitely and probably, is actually under 50% at 45%. Okay, we go to the next slide. There we go. Grouping the two possible measures together just for the interest of simplicity in terms of the analysis, we looked at the variation in support by council district. What we see is majority support across the city for one of these measures. Stronger in districts 1 and 3, but still at about 56% in districts 2 and 4. You'll see at the bottom, within each council district, you've got the percentage of the sample coming from that council district, which lines up to the expected percentage of likely voters from that district. So, for example, in District 1, 23% of our survey respondents are registered in District 1. That's what we would expect the likely voter pool to look like. And again, support for a measure across the city. Next slide, please. So one of the things we wanted to explore is beyond only the sort of street and road kind of improvements that have that the E12 funding has been used for and that the city would likely use additional funding for. If you don't have that funding and you don't have that $5.5 million, give or take, that may have implications on other aspects of the city budget. So we wanted to understand in broader scope what some of voters' priorities are. So if we go to the next slide, here you can see that we've asked, you're going to get this data on a couple of slides, different aspects and services that the city offers and how important is it to maintain that aspect of the city budget or funding for that service. The purple here is extremely important. Then we've got very important in that kind of next purple. The lighter one is somewhat important. The orange is not too important. And the gray is don't know. What you'll notice before digging into any of them individually is how small all of the orange bars are, right? That's, again, the not too important. And those are very minor in terms of their perspective. The vast majorities of people are saying all of these items are either extremely or very important to them. A few that are rising a little bit higher than the rest include keeping public areas safe and clean, road repairs, which we've described in a few different ways. So fixing damaged streets and roads, you see that as the second item. The fifth item down is repairing potholes. Maintaining fire protection, generally speaking, maintaining essential services. That one's at 86%, with 43 saying it's extremely important to them. Some others that are statistically very, very similar, retaining local small businesses and jobs, wildfire and natural disaster preparation, generally speaking, 911 emergency preparedness or police protection. All of these are very, very high priorities for voters in the city. If we go to the next slide. Here we're continuing on the same question. Again, some of these elements are referring directly to street and road kind of and infrastructure repairs, and some are not. Helping to maintain quality of life for residents, maintaining the number of paramedics, protecting long-term financial stability, addressing homelessness. There you see in the middle, improving the drivability of local streets and roads or fixing damaged infrastructure. These are all, again, very small orange, very high priorities, but you'll notice that the darker purple here is starting to get into the mid 40s, sometimes lower than that. And the extremely and very important is more like in the high 70s for most of these, or mid 70s, whereas in the prior slide, we were in the 80s. So definitely a tick below in terms of importance. I'll also point out we tested maintaining essential services on the prior slide. That was 43% extremely important. Maintaining and improving essential city services comes in at 25%, so about 18 points lower. Could go to the next slide. One of the things we always want to do in these surveys is get a sense of how voters respond to additional information that both that the city could be providing or they may hear in the community when they're considering what to do when this measure is on the ballot or when they're thinking about putting it on the ballot. We could go to the next slide, and I'm not going to read all of the text on these slides, but these are some statements, informational statements of the kind that the city could be offering or others as well. And sorry if the font got a little bit pinched there. The idea is asking people if they find these to be convincing themes about either the half-cent or the 1 cent measure, although some of these statements are dedicated to one or the other. You'll see a couple things that resonate quite well here, talking about the age of the city's infrastructure and the need to be upgrading it, and how it will be more expensive if those needs are allowed to get worse. The fiscal accountability that's built into the measure, we didn't talk a lot about that earlier, but within those 75 words and within the underlying measure, there would be things like annual independent audits and public disclosure of all spending and making sure that all the money stays in the city and can't be taken by either the county or the state, and that resonates with people. You'll notice the last one, no increase, that's got a star on it. That's specific to a half-cent measure, right? Because that's the one that would be not an increase. And you can see how well that resonates with people, 64% saying that was convincing to them. We go to the next slide. Thinking about the impact of tourists and the fact that they, through a sales tax, would be paying for some of their impacts on roads is something that's resonant with a lot of voters. 62% found that convincing. the road progress argument and talking about what's been done, but that there's more to do. Or that broadly speaking, the measure is going to prevent cuts to other kinds of programs, because if we don't have this funding, there will need to be cuts to other kinds of programs that the city offers. You can see about 59% responded to that statement. And the weaker response, the less intense response in the dark purple there, was a statement specific to the 1 cent measure saying that it not only continues what's being done, but also increases it so that streets and roads can be repaired and upgraded sooner. Now, we also offered for survey respondents the kind of opposition statement that usually comes up when these kinds of measures are put forward, right? That the city's wasteful and taxes are too high and all of those kinds of things. And we re-asked the ballot questions a couple times to help people or help understand how people respond to those kinds of messaging from both sides. If we go to the next slide, we'll show you how people responded on the left to the half-cent measure. That the initial response to that was 67 to 29. Right after information, support rose to 71%. After that opposition, it knocked down some, but it's still holding at 60 to 29. Still a good amount above that 50% threshold, and that's simulating a pretty hefty and organized opposition effort, really taking a shot at trying to knock it down. On the right-hand side, the level of support for a 1 cent measure goes up a little more after information starts at 54, goes up 9 points to 63, but you can see falls back down to 57.36. Higher opposition, not quite as high support after, again, simulating that kind of opposition that I was talking about. Both measures in position that you could really consider putting either of them on the ballot. Clearly, the half cent's in a little bit of a stronger position, though. So that would lead us into conclusions. We could just go right to the following slide after that. About 6 in 10 voters continue to perceive the city needs additional funding. That's an important concept for thoughts about a ballot measure. Sorry, that sentence got a little cut off. Large majorities of voters think it's important to repair roads, right? That was very, very clear in that importance question, mid-80s, if not higher. There are also other priorities for the city budget that could be impacted by the loss of current funding that are important to people, including public safety, retaining local businesses and jobs, generally maintaining quality of life, addressing homelessness, and others. We think the city could consider continuing that planning for either a half cent or a 1 cent measure. Providing voters with information about the goals and the purpose of the measure is really important, but even more so for that 1 cent option where we saw a more mixed response up front, but with information, support grew. With that said, a half cent measure, the continuation measure, seems like it would have an easier pathway. It's the safer option. It's got more initial support. The statements that we can offer about that resonate in a greater way. But that's something for the council to decide. So I think I'll stop there and happy to take any questions you have on the survey results.
Okay, thank you very much. First off, council questions. Pro Tem Gregory.
I have a question for our city attorney. So when we make the decision, when does this become legal to go on the ballot? So we have to stop talking about it.
So you can provide educational information. You cannot advocate one way or another once the item's been placed on the ballot, which I think you're looking at what meeting?
Yeah, so we're at the behest of county elections deadlines, so they are asking us to have the ballot measure question to them by June 18th, which puts us needing to have that approval at your June 4th meeting.
Right.
And that was going to be part of the, we do have a second half of the presentation, which we'll walk through some of that information.
Okay. So quick questions of the presenter here. So we're good?
No other questions from me.
Okay. All right, then Ryan, you want to pick it up?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Ryan Cornell, Administrative Services Director. Hope we need to get this slide back on. So I'm just going to kind of talk more fiscally about kind of different options that we have with this tax measure because we're kind of to a point where a lot of the road reconstruction is heavy rehabilitation. It takes more dollars to do that. We were trying to figure out additional tools or, additional tools that City Council could leverage in order to make a bigger bang for the buck. And it should be the slide right before. There it is. Okay. So real quick. So one concept we've been kind of floating around here is revenue bonds, and what would like if the city were to take out a revenue bond. For all simplicity purposes, I could dive down on just a whole presentation on revenue bonds, but at the end of the day, it's essentially debt. Well, we're going to ask for a loan for an approximate dollar. Now, do we know what the interest rate is yet? No. When we get to those legal documents, then we'll do market and have the market kind of determine what the interest rate is going to be. We don't know the term of the loan yet. Right now, we're just kind of estimating. You don't want a term of a loan to be longer than the asset it's paying for. And so we kind of run a couple different scenarios here. We know that the tax revenue is going to get right around $7 million to $8 million a year. And so on the right-hand side, if we just look at the very top line of that chart, that's what we're thinking is the total revenue that if Measure E12 were to be renewed, that's what it would look like. Now, if we were to do this whole revenue bond tool concept, what that would allow the city to do is take out a $58.3 million loan, have that in year one, and that would equate to about a little more than a $4 million annual loan repayment each year. And so how do you pay the loan repayment? It's with the tax renewal. And so what these other lines kind of do and kind of try to indicate is that if we take out the loan, that means when we make a repayment, part of that loan is going to be paid to principal, which was actually the construction of the street, and some of that's going to go to interest because we got the money front loaded with us. Now, as you can see on this one, in this example, we still retain a certain amount, $3 million or so, for light maintenance and treatment moving forward. There's a couple of reasons for that. I mean, one, and I'll get into the slide later, of needing to continue to maintain what we've already reconstructed because we don't want our newly paved roads to go bad. And then secondly, too, just because my revenue line is a nice straight line upwards doesn't mean that the reality of that's going to be. So if there is an economic downturn, we do need to make sure we have enough actual revenue still coming in to make the minimum debt service payment requirement. That's right. Okay. So we have three kind of different models that we've been presenting to the community groups. We wanted to run by you. The first one is a renewal of E12 at ½ cent. Again, we estimate, that about right around $59 million would be available in one-time money up front. That would make about $2.5 to $3 million available in some light maintenance in perpetuity. And that is expected to get the PCI to be able to increase to 60 by 2055. The only con in this light is that the city has to incur debt. And I should also mention too that regardless of if it's a 1 cent or a ½ cent measure, if it gets renewed, the California Transportation Commission already has earmarked dollars of $5 million that the city is eligible for because this tax is dedicated to road maintenance. So on top of that, in any sort of tax measure, we will be eligible for those grant dollars. Model number two is the exact same concept, except we continue to have the sunset in there. One of the limits of putting a sunset in there is going to really limit our bonding capacity. So if we put a 12-year term, that means our loan that we could take out if we want to go down this bonding route is only 12 years, which really limits the amount of dollars we could get up front. Too. So that's a decision for City Council to make if you want to continue to have a sunset clause in this updated cycle. If we do have a sunset clause, we would continue the same pay-as-you-go model where we just put $6 to $7 million into the roads every year. Maybe accumulate a couple of years so we could get some of the bigger projects, but that big major $60 million project would not be considered, at least at this time. Model 3 is similar to Model 1, except it's going to double it to 1 cent sales tax measure. Obviously, the numbers then just double. We'd have about $118 million of available one-time money up front. Again, about $2.5 to $3 million in the light rehab. But this does have a significant impact to the community. Having a major $100 million project like that would pretty much put a lot of residential streets under construction and would be impactful in that light. Similarly, right, our staff can only have so much capacity too, so there will be additional engineering and planning consultants needed to do that. And again, city would have to be required to go into debt for that. And then lastly, the fourth model, which staff is not recommending, is not putting the measure on Measure E12 and not getting it renewed by voters. This would be a direct $6 to $7 million loss to the city's general fund. We would have to figure out how to mitigate that shortfall, likely. And actually, I think if I go to the next slide, oh, no, too far. In a couple of slides, we'll kind of talk about some plan Bs if we were not to get the tax renewed. But yeah, there will be impacts, needless to say, to other service organizations throughout the city. Yeah, let's not forget too, we have that $5 million state grant. That's the cities that have to compete for. That's an automatic eligibility if the tax gets renewed. So like I had mentioned, we can't just ignore the roads that we've already rehabbed. It's cheaper on a per cost and per square, per foot basis to continue to treat our roads every 5 to 10 years. So that's why it's an important piece to make sure that we're not including all of the E12 dollars towards debt service if we were to go down that approach. The E12 pay as go model is what we're doing today. We collect $6 or $7 million that we find the next street segment, and then we go ahead and rehab it. Again, if we do this bond methodology, we'll be able to potentially get a bigger bang for our buck and actually see greater impacts. But as you can see, street lifespan is short, and if we don't, maintain it, it's kind of that whole car analogy of changing your oil every frequently. We got to make sure we're changing our street oils more frequently than we are replacing them. Again, this is a repeat. If Measure E12 expires, it's going to dramatically impact city operations. It's going to further deteriorate the road conditions. And then the logical place to look for is Measure J20, where that has public safety and streets and road. So here on the left-hand side, this is a currently department budget for fiscal year 24-25. So this is upcoming here. And so if we were to try to reduce $6 to $7 million out of each one of these buckets, we were going to have to look at public safety if we're going to try to make up that $6 to $7 million. On the Measure J20 side, things that we're anticipating in the future, we currently have 12 vacant sworn officer positions too. So that could be contemplated not filling those positions. We have a paramedic squad, fire training officer, and just enhancements over the public safety side that would probably be paused or slowed down if this E12 is not renewed, and we have to make up the difference in the general fund, which is approximately about 13% overall. So just some very simplistic math here is if we were to buy a $100 purchase that is eligible for sales tax, the tax that you pay on the supplemental is 50 cents. If it were to increase to $1, it would be $1. Or yeah. So there's your kind of different examples there. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Mr. Assistant City Manager, Chris Field.
Thank you, Ryan. Next slide, please. So I want to talk a little bit about visitor contributions. Visitors' sales, purchase of goods are taxed, and that revenue does come back to the city if the purchase is made within the city limits. We know we've had discussions previously about how to kind of triangulate around the impact of the visitor sales, and we have certain data sets that are available to us and can be shared. And so I just wanted to share just a couple points of data with you. The first is that on a per capita basis, there is information that shows all of the agencies that collect sales tax across the state. So counties and cities, there's about 539 of those agencies. When you look at sales tax collected on a per capita basis, or the number of your population of your city, the city of Paso Robles ranks 73rd out of 539 agencies. So when we look at that, the amount of sales tax collected on a per capita basis is higher or greater than cities of Santa Barbara, Sonoma, South Lake Tahoe, Ventura, pretty much like 460 other cities and counties as well. Another way of looking at that is some data we also get on taxable sales. So for the most recent quarter, we can look at taxable sales and look at that on a per capita basis and show that on a per capita basis, again, on the population of the city of Paso Robles, around 30,000 or plus or minus. The amount of taxable sales per person is about $9,000, significantly above both the city or the county as well as the state average. And then the other fact that or the discussion point we wanted to mention is hotel tax. We have received the question during these discussions about whether or not hotel tax or transient occupancy tax can be a one-for-one replacement. Why not, shift 100% of the quote-unquote roads burden to those that are visiting and paying that hotel tax? Well, a couple of things. One, the city's hotel tax is currently 11% of a nightly room stay within the city at a hotel or a short-term rental. A lot of that revenue, and the majority of that revenue, is already allocated within the general fund. So again, as Mr. Cornell mentioned, they would take a reduction somewhere else to see some of that revenue then theoretically be allocated towards some of the roads projects. And then as this council, most of you all were here when the city council approved placing a 1% increase of the hotel tax on the last president or 2022 election cycle. And that nets about $750,000 annually. So in a healthy economy. So that gives you some idea of what it would take, to make up $6 to $7 million on the hotel side. Next slide, please. We always like to remind viewers of this presentation that not everything is a charged sales tax. There are exemptions. Groceries are probably the most common one. Anything that you buy at the grocery store and take home and prepare is not taxed. Prescription medicine, most of your utilities for your home or your business, certain medical devices, and then things like animal feed and certain types of plants, particularly ones that grow fruit or bear fruit and vegetables, are not taxed. There's a laundry list of exemptions that the state has. Very thick document, but these are some of the more common ones that we like to highlight. Next slide, please. So this is just, again, a recap. You've seen this before a couple times this evening. Measure E12, again, is a general supplemental sales tax, meaning that revenue comes into the general fund and then an equivalent amount is invested in road repairs per council direction. If we are going to see a continuation or not an interruption in that revenue coming in the next budget cycle, it would have to be placed on the November 24 ballot and, of course, approved by voters. We did talk briefly about how removing the sunset would allow for potential acceleration of some of those meatier, more expensive road repairs in the first few years while maintaining a budget for maintenance in each and every year that we currently don't have. And then finally, I'd like to mention the fact that, again, we have an oversight committee and that all revenues stay in Paso Robles from this measure. Next slide, please. Talk a little about timeline. I think if there's one more click of the button, I'll get some animation on this slide. But essentially, we are now at a point where we are at nearly to the decision point for this item. As I mentioned, we consolidate our elections with the county of San Luis Obispo, and in turn, there are deadlines that they have to meet, internal workflows and processes that they have. And so the calendar that is available for us today indicates that the ballot measure language itself has to be, or is recommended to be to the county by June 18th. Our intent is not to cut this close or be on the other side of that date. So your June 4th regular city council meeting is the next meeting in which that action could take place prior to that county deadline. And then again, if this is to move forward, it would appear on the November 2024 ballot for City of Paso Robles voters only. No one outside the city that's registered to vote would see it on their ballot within the consolidated general election, requiring 50 plus 1% to pass. I believe I have one more slide. So with that, this evening, we foresee three different potential outcomes. The first, or option A, would be, take no action tonight or do not move forward. And then, of course, we'll see E12 sunsetting in March of 2025. The budget that you have seen preliminarily for the next 2 years, frankly, assumes that at this point. We can't assume otherwise. The option B is to direct staff to return on June 4th with the necessary documents and actions to place the half-cent extension on the ballot. And then the option C is that same direction, except that would be the 1 cent. Again, there's discussion whether or not you want to sunset or not. And that would be a part of this direction as well. So with that, I appreciate sitting through the longer presentation, and staff is happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Questions only at this point, Chris? Sharon?
When we talk about the half cent, well, let's talk about the full board, the 1 cent, and being able to do a one-time bond of $118 million. Yet we still have, what did we say, a total of around $300 million in projects that we needed to do? How do we make up that shortfall, even with bonding that 1 cent?
Well, in this plan, we simply are making a larger dent in that. It's going to be an ongoing
But how do we make up that shortfall then? I mean, if that's all we can, and Mr. Strong may have the answer, I'm not sure, but
Yes.
Go ahead.
Well, if I can.
Please.
And that is the bond, if we bond it, that money can be used as a match for grants. If you don't have that match, you can't have the grant. And that's what makes us grant eligible. And your grants will provide 80% of the money for the repairs. So it'll be 4 to 5 times as much money gets yielded by that. The problem is you can only do so much at one time. Right now, we're already doing so much that people are being constrained in many areas of the city where they can't move as quickly or traffic is backing up. So we can't do all the streets at once, obviously, because we'd be in gridlock. So we have to do it on an incremental basis in any event. But by doing it for the grants, we become eligible. And that's very important because right now it's very difficult. We only have to come up with 20% of the money when we're getting a grant. And those are available both from the state and federal government. In fact, tomorrow morning, that's why I'm going to be leaving in a few minutes after this item, because I have to be in Sacramento tomorrow morning where I'm talking with Caltrans. I'm meeting with the Assembly Transportation Committee. I'm meeting with people from not only the Caltrans, but also from the Assembly area and also from the California Transportation Commission. So those are the people who have the grants to give us. And those are the people we want to talk to. And I'm hoping I can go up to them tomorrow and say something good about what we're doing tonight.
Hopefully with the budget that California has right now and the deficit, maybe.
But that money, a lot of that money comes from the federal government, is not affected by the budget.
Okay. Councilman Greger.
Yeah, question for Ryan.
Yeah, I have a question too.
Sorry to make you get up and walk around. But so in your forecasting on your income for your sales tax, did you include the Peterbilt dealership for sales tax?
No, we took more of a typical, how the baseline it is today and projected it forward.
So any other dealerships or stuff like that is not included in that number, correct?
Correct.
Okay, then I have a question for Frida, please.
Well, okay, go ahead. Go ahead and
Sorry.
finish. Yeah.
I'll have two.
Yeah, that's fine. Frida.
Now, Frida, I know you and Ditas like to tear up the streets a lot, so I got to ask you this question. If we were to go with the half-cent tax, we'd be looking at probably between $12 and $14 million worth of work a year.
Correct.
Currently, we're doing about 6.
Correct.
If we were to do the 1 cent sales tax, it would be $24 million a year in road work.
That's what we're projecting, yes.
Do you think our city could handle that volume? And the reason why I'm asking this is that I just want to know, I just don't see us being able to do $24 million worth of road work in the same year. And
That really is a critical question, because if you see the roads that aren't touched, they're in one particular area, the west side.
Yep.
So to do $24 million in a short period of time, you would have a majority of the area torn up at once.
Okay, thank you.
Can I, Mr. Mayor, may I add too? Just for quite content, if there's not a sunset clause on there too, there's nothing magical about pulling bonds at the first year, right? We're able to have strategies and phasing them in so that we could have multiple pulls.
So how much do we have in E12 sitting there waiting to go now? 20 million still?
No, we don't have that much.
How much is left to do?
How much is left to do?
Of the money that we've raised?
I want to say 12 million.
Yeah,
about 12 million. So we're able to spend about 80% of it each year.
A lot, yes, most of it, some of it carries over to the next year.
Yeah, I just want to point out these facts, that's all. Thank you.
So Ryan, I want to ask a question real quick. This is, again, for the public edification too. Back when we did, I think it was D28, many, many years ago, when we did the senior citizens, we did the veteran citizens, we did the safety center, we did 13th Street Bridge, we did Niblick Bridge too. All that was done because of a bond that the public allowed to have happen. And because we had that bond, we were able to leverage that money to basically shovel ready and have more money coming into the city because of it. That could be the same case here, that if we have a non-sunset type of clause on this, where we have a revenue that can be bonded upon for many years, that kind of extension and grant monies become more readily available to the city to acquire. Is that correct?
Correct, yes. And the measure you're referring to is D 1998. It was a general obligation bond that, yes, it had several different projects that it was helping fund.
So
that has it expires in 2028.
Right,
as well.
that's coming up.
It's coming up, and yes, you're right. The theory is the same. We would still loan money, and the difference here is rather than the taxpayer and the taxpayer bill paying back that debt, it'd be coming from the sales tax revenue.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at to the public, that this is an opportunity that we have by taxing ourselves. We actually get some of the other tax money that we pay in the state that we never see other cities get, but it comes back to pass rolls. That, I think, is a win for us if we can do something like that.
So just for clarity, I'm sorry. The bond, Chris, you can talk the most at last.
I know you guys are mad at me, but come on.
So the bond that built all these things are coming out of our property tax.
In 2028.
Yeah, so this would not be that, but would be the same effect.
This is a sales tax override.
Right.
Same concept. It's just how it's getting paid, how the debt's getting paid is different.
I just want to make sure that's the statement, because I'm not interested in adding more to our property tax. Thank you.
Councilman Belch.
You sure?
You got it.
Okay.
Move over it.
Here I go. Ryan, I got 3 questions for you. The GEO bond expires, you said, in 2028?
Correct.
What's the debt service currently, annually?
Oof.
A lot.
It's not, no, I'd say it's about 2 to 3 million.
2-3 million
a year.
So it's not as much as I thought. What are your plans for that when that's paid off?
Well, as a staff member, I don't have plans. As city council's the direction to come up with the plans.
That's the safe answer, Ryan. What's the real plan?
But yes, they're right. There is discussion on getting the next list of projects that need funding on. Usually, when you see on GEO bonds, it's usually more heavily. It is more on the residents to pay back the tax, and so usually, I'm generalizing. Usually, projects tend to benefit the community as a whole. Usually, facilities, recreation facilities, libraries, and the like.
There's been a lot of bond obligations between Cuesta and Paso School District, so I'm sure the citizens would appreciate some relief. But if for some reason this doesn't pass, the council doesn't approve it to go on November, and then in November voters don't approve it, we would still be able to consider a general obligation bond. Our tax capacity will be relieved, and we can go back and look at that.
So yes, our debt capacity is significant. I don't want to say it's silly, but it's like we're at 30% of our maximum debt capacity. So we have plenty of debt room to grow.
Right.
So that's not a
okay. Thank you. Moving on. Model 3. Actually, let me ask you this one first. Any idea what the aggregation of the total amount of grants that the city has applied for and received since 2012?
Yeah, I could look that up. Give me 2 minutes. I know exactly where to.
And just back to Councilmember Strong's point, I mean, we can continue to augment that, and it's been a pretty healthy number.
Yeah, and I'm being general. I want to say about 20% of the overall program is coming from grants. Yeah,
20% is a lot.
I'm saying grants, but other funding sources other than E12.
All right, let me play devil's advocate here for a moment. Model 3, 1 cent, no sunset. We borrow 118 million. On the slide that we had up there, said it can be ended at any time by the voters. And a fancy way of saying no sunset clause. What happens, Ryan, if the voters decide year 5 to end the sales tax?
That's a very good question. So that would be one of the, right, I guess when you look at risk, right, that would be a risk. That, again, that's the con of the city incurring debt, right? If the economy were to fall and the revenues don't come in that we were anticipating, or if there is a repeal of the tax measure, yes.
So is it legal to pay, or is it the city obligated then to dip into general funds to make that debt service?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just like any sort of debt. We're
still obligated. All right.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm done now.
Thank you. We're good on this side. Open it up to public. Anybody wish to ask questions of this item? Linda?
Hi, Linda George, 3126 Spring Street. I went to the presentation on Friday. I have a question. How much of the J20, you said 10 million, Chris, came out of the J20 for roads last year or this year, I guess. How much of the J20 is matched with the E12 funds for a project?
Well, if you can ask all your questions, we'll get all the answers. Yeah.
Okay. The other question I have is, after listening to the presentation, I'm concerned about how long the city waits for the CPI, I think it's called, before the city is liable for alignments, pop tires, accidents, because somebody drove through the road too much, hit a pothole and hit somebody else. I think it's kind of interesting that we can wait long enough to get the state to kick in more SB1 monies, but should we wait that long if somebody decides, because Caltrans pays back people. If you're driving down the road and a rock hits your windshield and it's a Caltrans truck, or you pop your tire at a Caltrans construction site, you can file a claim. And the burden of proof is on the person who's filing the claim, but they get paid. So my concern is whether it's sunset, the voter ends it, it's a half a cent or 1 cent, then at what point are we going to let these roads continue to be bad to wait for the state to kick in their portion because the CPI determination is too bad? I asked that question if the state had oversight of, or a state requirement of when you guys are forced to fix the roads. So I think it's really sad because what it looks like is absolutely the main streets are fixed, but not the residential. And then my last question is, why are we not putting a moratorium on building more housing, more businesses, when we cannot handle the impact of just the locals on the roads now? So those are things that I'm concerned about after listening to the presentation. I advocate for any initiative is the word that allows the voters to stop it at this point. Because I think that if we continue on with this, there's going to be expectations. And yes, it's true, you cannot tear up every single road and fix it all at one time. However, there are some roads that probably should be fixed sooner than later. And it would be nice with the oversight committee. And then the last question is, why 2 initiatives? I wasn't here. E12 and J20. One goes to roads, all roads, and J20 goes to public safety and roads. So they got 10 million out of J20. So why not just one initiative for both? That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Dave Nelson again. I'm new to this stuff, but what I noticed tonight is you ask people, do you want safe streets and so on? If you want all these things, then you need to vote for this. You've hired a consulting company to research what's the best way to convince people to vote for this. That's not how you present it to the people. Present the facts and let's decide. There are downsides. None of that's mentioned in it. Do you want safe streets and everything else? Well, yeah. You didn't say what it's going to cost me. You say the burden's borne by the tourists. I don't see any data. We all pay the sales tax too. That'll affect us. I mean, this sounds a lot like the parking. We're going to hire somebody to convince us how to get what we already want. I'll just leave it at this. I'd like to be convinced. Otherwise, I'm going to have to recommend to people not to vote for this, recommend you not to vote for this, and recommend people in November not to vote for it. We talked about E12, and I think you told us that the roads haven't been maintained by that much, but that's not what was sold to us back then. But it hasn't happened. Why is this going to happen? Roads are something like parking. Everybody's on board on this. Let's figure out how to do it. The new thing with the 1 cent, I listened to 6 hours on the budget committee. Everybody's got a pet project they want to spend. Oh, we're going to have all this money. Let's fix our roads. Thank you. By the way, all of you can reach me. Talk to Melissa, get my number and email. Happy to hear what you have to convince me. Thanks.
Michael?
Hello, folks. Michael Rivera, P.O. Box 3134. See, this is why you guys get the big bucks, so you can make decisions like this. With that being said, you know, you can't borrow your way to prosperity. I don't think it's a good idea. The state's $70 billion in debt, possibly more. The federal government, to Mr. Strong's point, is $30 trillion in debt. We've got rough waters coming ahead, and so what this city has to do and demonstrate to the public, Roeblin's, something that I don't think they've worked very hard at doing, is what we're doing internally to be creative and to create every savings possible and then move it toward priorities like roads. Now, what do? We provide public safety, police and fire. That's one of the reasons why you exist. Then you have planning and development, very important for the quality of life of the public. And then roads. We haven't done a very good job of that. And then it goes down the ladder. Just like in your home budget, what do? You prioritize. You know, you want to go to Cabo San Lucas. Great. Does mom and dad have the money to go? You're going to put it on the credit card? I wouldn't recommend that. It's kind of stupid, actually. Unless you're going to pay the credit card off as soon as you return. And if you float bonds, that's not a good idea because you're getting further into debt. And if we get into a lot of trouble financially, which this state will, because that's not going to change. One thing about financial issues, even when it comes to your home budget, if you don't fix a financial problem, it'll fix itself and you won't like it when it does. You won't like it at all. So you can't borrow yourself into prosperity. You can't depend on other resources because you're able to fund it through debt, serve it through your debt. And so what do? Let's look internally. How are we spending our money internally and how can we best create more revenue and demonstrate to the public that you're doing everything you can internally. And then to end, because I only have 18 seconds, I could go on for a long time on this. I think the half-cent sales tax is something that's static now. It's in place. People's budgets have already adopted that and absorbed that. So I think keeping that. And then let's find out what we can do as a city to look internally and brainstorm as to how we can squeeze more money out of what we're spending now. Even in your own personal budgets, if you dig down on what you're spending, you'd be surprised what you can find. Thanks.
Dale?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Dale Gusson, 630 13th Street, Paso Robles, California. I'm a fiscal conservative. That means I don't like taxes. But how do we get in this predicament? Well, there's two factors to this. One is the gas tax isn't keeping up with the road requirements. And the other is inflation. Our dollars are sinking and sinking and sinking in value. So what we got to pay to get the roads fixed is going up and up and up because it costs more. So it's time that we get on the bandwagon and get our federal government to cut out this federal inflation factor we have, because it only funnels down. We got we got money during the pandemic, and that's gone. We can't use that anymore. So what are we going to do? Tax. We got more fuel efficient cars. We got electric cars. Well, we don't get as much gas tax that way. So I guess we're going to have to tax. I hate to see it, but in the meantime, the only way we're going to stop from paying more taxes is to get the inflation under control. All you out in the public that like inflation, I don't think you really like it. Your dollar doesn't go as far. Your wages aren't as spendable. So many people, do you know that the credit card is amounts that people are using on and living on credit has monumentally increased in the last 4 years, and it's getting bad. The government, well, I don't want to see the city going in debt either. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi.
Hello.
Sharon Foster, 355 Partridge Avenue. I do not think there is any one simple answer, but sources of revenue, I believe there's things that we haven't taken a good hard look at. I moved from Washington, D.C. to the little community of Sandy, Utah. And I was initially repulsed that they were hiring lobbyists to go after these retirement homes. I'm like, I wanted to get away from all of that. And it took me a few years to really see what they were doing. And what they did was, you know, as we all know, when your numbers go up, when your population goes up, the federal government comes in and helps you with your infrastructure. Because they assume you need elementary schools, you need all of this for the families that are moving in. These retirement centers, people are happily paying $10,000 to $15,000 a month is what it averages out to. They are not what we think of. And this is, Sandy, Utah became one of the fifth best place to retire to in the country. Because of this one action. Our roads were great. It really helped as a source of revenue, and they don't have to be downtown. They can be a few miles off this way, a few miles out that way. They're like oases. And this is a wonderful place to retire to. Who wouldn't want to retire here? So I'm just saying, why not look at courting the retirees that have all the money in the world, and their families do, to let them retire in style, and where they have their own vans to take people around, their own services. They're great for the economy. We have medical services right down the street here. hospitals and such. We have a lot to offer, and it's just one source in the grand scheme of things to raise money, and I hope we take a good look at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Very good. We'll
I
bring
do
it back.
have several callers online.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Melissa.
First is Sally Reynolds.
Sally, can you hear us?
I'm here.
Go ahead, Sally.
I just have a few questions, and I just want to make sure I understand this. Well, first of all, do you know what our population is right now?
I think about 32,000 almost.
Is it 32,000?
Roughly,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, because it seems like it's been 30,000 for 21 years. I never saw any new numbers. Okay, when we did the J20, which was for road maintenance and safety, a lot of that money in J20 went to the new fire station, correct?
Part of it, yeah.
Okay, quite a few. Do we know how much we did for safety and how much we did for roads?
We can get that answer for you.
Okay. And then it's my understanding that the city council has to vote on whether they want to extend the E12 that's going to go out of date, or they want the 1% tax with no sunset, or they want the 0.5% with no sunset. Is that correct? It's not all three of those you're asking for, correct?
No, we have to make a decision.
You have to make a decision.
Yeah.
But it won't be all three.
No.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understand that. And it also costs a lot to put anything on the ballot. Is there any way to do that within our city without putting it on the ballot?
No, can't do that.
No. Okay. But it's pretty costly to do that, right?
Yes, it will be.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
All right. Thank you, Sally.
Next is Coy Barnes.
Troy, can you hear us?
I can, thank you. So I have some concerns here. Number one, I think I heard a city representative saying that we have a 30% debt load and we can go higher. Is that true?
No. Ryan, you want to quickly answer? Go ahead.
So the state law has a limit, that the total limit that the city can take out in debt. We are 30% of that total limit. So there's 70% still available for the city too.
Right.
That means that we're at a 30% debt load of our current limit and we can go higher.
If we choose, yes.
Let me just say to the taxpayers of Paso Robles that we don't need any more freaking debt. We simply need to cut expenditures. Second, Fred Strong says he's going to go to Sacramento soon to lobby Caltrans for more money. Okay, that is absolutely impossible because the state is already $78 billion in debt and it's going to be higher. So where is that money going to come from, Fred?
No. Well, we don't want to get in debate, but
No, I don't want to debate, but actually they have that money already from the federal government. They already got it.
It's not, no. Okay. They may have some money, but it's not going to be that. Nonetheless. Okay, so next is we want a 0.5-cent tax, and the group that was hired to do the survey said, okay, if you want a 1%, absolutely everybody said no. If you want a 0.5%, oh, well, okay, because it's better than 1%. Okay, well, who do they survey? Does anybody want to pay any more in terms of sales tax? I don't believe anybody does. Like nobody wanted to pay any more for parking, etc. Also, last but not least, my wife sent a note into the city council, specifically to Sharon Roden and Mayor Hammond, asking questions, and this was 2 or 2.5 weeks ago, and neither one of them responded to either of the questions. When does the city council respond to their constituents? That's my question. Answer the question, please.
We answer most of the questions here in these public meetings, sir. And that's why we'd like for you to come in and voice your opinion in person. It's better that way. So thank you. Any others?
Yes, next is Jan Albin.
Okay. Jan, can you hear us?
Hi, good evening. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, Jan, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Okay, my first question is, when they were talking about the survey, where was that survey taken? Because I certainly didn't see it, know about it, or know anybody who had ever seen it or taken the survey. So I'd kind of like to know where that went out to. And my other problem here, believe it or not, I don't have a problem with the 1 cent tax, but I have such a problem with it being a general tax because we know what happens to that money. We know it goes into the general fund to be used. However it is you choose to use it, even though we have a sales tax oversight committee, and it seems as though if there's still money sitting in E12, it's probably because we don't have enough city personnel to do the roads. Even if we had the money, we simply don't have the personnel, which means that there are a lot of things that we put out for bid and a lot of things just in general roads that we put out, we contract out to somebody else. So I'm thinking that we have a couple of problems here with E12 money, and that's how we spend it and what we spend it on, because it seems like we spend a lot more money hiring out people to do our roads rather than hiring our own personnel. But we know personnel has a hard time living in this town because of the cost of it. So it's sort of this merry-go-round that we're on, but just to hire out so much personnel all the time to do the roads, I think is just a real shame. But again, I would advocate for this being a special tax. I know that it takes more votes to get it that way, but I would really like to see it be put on the ballot as a special tax rather than a general tax. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no other callers.
Okay. We'll bring it back. There are some questions that maybe we can get answered. I think the first one, Ryan, probably it was from Linda, and how is the J20 money matched with the E12?
So just for the community and the public to know too, we just recently had a supplemental sales tax oversight committee last Wednesday. And so the information I'm getting pulling from is directly from that report. It is on the city's website under the council agenda. So out of the J20 program, we've actually expended 2.2 million to streets. And then there's $10 million budgeted to streets as well. So about 12 million so far out of J20 is going to the E12 program. Overall on the E12 program, I'm projecting out for the rest of the year, we're going to get about that $60 million of E12 dollars, and we've put about $84 million worth of roads. So that's actually about a 70-30 split between local dollars and other sources.
Mm-hmm. And the E12, people need to know that the E12 money that we do have in the bank, so to speak, is already programmed. It is already set to be used somewhere in the city.
It's actually overexpended by about $364,000.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I tell most everybody, your street is on a list somewhere. It will get done sometime, but as the money comes in, we're able to do more. And that's what this is all about. With E12 sunsetting, we need to make a decision, and that's what we're here tonight to do, whether we're going to ask the public to vote an extension of the half cent or raise it into 1 cent. So there was one other one I think that I wrote down from Sally Reynolds. Again, similar question, J20 roads versus safety. And I think you answered that too. So
yeah, so to date, we've spent about $19 million on public safety out of the $38 million we received today. Good. So about half. And now, granted, the large majority of that is fire station number 3.
And was there any other questions that I missed maybe?
I think Mr. Nelson asked a question about what percentage of the sales tax comes from outside of the city. Do you have that number?
Councilmember Gregory, again, that's a number that's a little bit nebulous. Admittedly, we try to look at data sets like I shared with you to show that, on a per capita basis, we're generating more sales tax here than many other cities. And so what we deduce from that is it is outside money essentially from folks that are visiting that are making up a significant portion of our sales tax revenue. You'll recall during our budget workshops and our goal setting workshops that we have proposed a tourism impact study be conducted next year to get at the heart of that question, and a few others. But that's one that consistently comes up. We're able to, again, triangulate around these data sources that give us some insight. But if you're asking me a specific percentage, I don't have that for you today.
So don't we estimate it between 40 and 50%?
I've seen the 40% number before, and I know that's prior staff has at least indicated that.
And there's another element to that too that's important, and that is car dealers. When someone from out of town comes, the percentage stays in our county, the sales tax. So if someone comes from Tascadero and buys a car here, we get the tax.
So it's cars, it's different. Because the state has allocated that any sales tax collected on vehicles goes to the location where the vehicle is going to be used.
Okay.
Yeah. So if it's not used in our jurisdiction, we don't get the sales tax.
So someone from
our sales tax that we pay stays here.
Right.
But that's it. And even if one of our people goes and buys a car in San Luis Obispo, say,
it comes here.
Their sales tax money will come here.
Okay, my mistake.
That's by state law.
Stand corrected.
Mr. Mayor, may I clarify that statement real quick? It's the override that's changes. So if a Tascadero buys a vehicle here, we get the Bradley Burns portion of that sales tax, not the supplemental override. That supplemental override would go to Tascadero, where the use is actually being conducted.
And also, when it comes to what percentage, we've had stores that are actually asking location by zip code of where people come from who are buying sales tax items, and only 40% of them come from our zip code. But the interesting thing about that is 50% of the people in our zip code live outside of the city limits.
Right.
So that's how we can come up with that figure that 80% is actually being paid by people outside of the city on our sales tax, based on the surveys that certain stores have made, multiple stores, and that's a combined figure.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the council again. Direction here is for us to understand what we need to tell staff to bring back on the next meeting in June. There are 3 options, so ready for discussion?
Yeah, I'll start out. I'm comfortable with the half cent because it already exists. I don't want to risk the possibility of not getting it accepted. Like if somebody would go for the 1 cent sales tax, we might get more, but I'd rather stay at the half cent. It's working. It's just the same price for everybody, and we just remove the sunset clause. I think that we have the ability to, it's going to give us a lot more funding than we have now. And we also have J20 coming up the road in 5 or 6 years. And we'll just have to figure out how to get more money. But spending 12 to 14 million a year on our roads would be amazing. So the half cent tax would bring us there. That's my 2 cents worth.
Okay. And Councilman Strong?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm agreeing with that for a number of reasons. And I would like to say that this federal government for 40 years didn't give us any money for roads. That's why all of a sudden they finally decided that they've got to start funding infrastructure because they're seeing bridges fall, they're seeing people die. And they finally said, we can't be responsible for any more of our citizens dying. Also, we have to have the facilities to move our troops around if we ever have to defend our own country. And so they're very interested in keeping the federal highways going, which is why Highway 46 gets so much money, because it is a military designated highway. And that's one of the reasons that happens. But the federal government actually allocated to the state of California about 2 years ago, $600 billion specifically just for roads in our state that our state already got. That's the money that's now available for many of these grants. Now, some of the grants are being paid out over a couple of years because they're trying to borrow against that money where they legally can in order to pick up some of their other deficits. But that's a problem with our state legislature. That's not our problem directly, except that we have to deal with it. It is available to us now. And also, when it comes to our matching, our SLOCOG, which funds part of our roads also, has already set aside approximately $8 million designated to us if we get that grant for our bridge over Highway 46 at Union Road. So that part of the match is already there waiting for us if we get it. But that's the condition on it. We don't get the money unless we get the grant.
Councilmember Rhodes?
I concur with the half cent. I think it's much like mimicking Mr. Strong and Mr. Gregory. We're used to that half cent, but also without the sunset clause. I agree. And I think being able to bond that, I think we can live with our means a little bit better and achieve what we want to over a shorter period of time without disrupting as much as we probably would if we went to a higher amount. And I think it's an acceptable path.
Say one more thing, and this is partially an answer to one of our comments, and that is that right now, because of inflation, it's cheaper to get those roads fixed now than it is if we wait 5 years, because that's when all of a sudden the price goes up, up, up. So if you're getting really to bond against future money coming in at a higher rate, you get the work done at a lower rate, you pay it off at a cheaper rate. Even with the interest, it's less expensive than if you just did it piece by piece as you go along.
Yeah, in today's dollars. Councilmember Bausch.
I think we may have glossed over one of the questions that were asked during public comment. I think Jan Albin asked how the names were selected for the survey.
Yeah.
Do we have a random number generator?
Yeah.
How do we do that?
And I don't, is Adam still on the line?
Yeah, I'm here, Chris.
You want to go ahead and answer that, Dennis? How they select the individuals?
Yeah, certainly. So the potential respondents are drawn from the county registrar of voters list, and then that list is enhanced so that we can get some additional phone numbers and email addresses for people who maybe when they registered to vote originally didn't include some of that information. We then randomly select people to contact to take the survey, but within the confines of trying to make sure that the demographics of the respondents mirror the demographics of likely voters. So for example, we know that a certain percentage of likely voters are expected to be women and men. And so we don't want to just keep contacting men and have 80% of the respondents be men, for example. So it's random, but quoted to the likely and expected demographics of the voters.
Thank you.
Question, Adam. How many registered voters do we have within our city limits? It's about 10, 11,000.
I'll tell you in a second. I heard the population number earlier, but let me look up the likely voter count.
Adam, while you're looking up there, it's around 18,000.
18?
Yeah.
I thought it was less than that, but.
Yeah, you're at about, actually 18.6, give or take.
Oh, okay. We've gone up. Okay, thank you, Adam.
So some of my concerns, thank you for answering that, appreciate it. Some of my concerns that I haven't heard addressed, just going forward, very likely we're going to have legislation approved for future road use fee. How will that impact what people have available in disposable income? We're going to have more electric vehicles creating a higher use of the road. I think the point I'm trying to make is I'm not sure that I'm really confident of that $350 million being what's left out there to fix. I see that number going higher, to Mr. Strong's point. The comment that I've heard a couple times tonight is, we need to figure out how to get more money. I would like to see the conversation shift to how do we spend less money and redirect the priorities to our roads and public safety. I think those are the two top priorities. We have to figure out how to shift gears here. If I'm hearing correctly, and I'm not sure I am, but it sounds like council is leaning towards continuing the half cent, but with removing the sunset clause. I don't know if I'm totally comfortable with that. I know we need to bond and get. I understand the rubrics of that and the logic of that. I'm just not sure that I can feel comfortable giving that control away. I'd like to know for sure when this ends. So I'm half cent is where I'm at. If we can't figure out how to spend less money and redirect those funds towards our roads.
Well, the idea is to save money. And that's why if you have it only to be removed when the voters say so, you can then bond against that on a revenue bond.
I understand that, Mr. Strong.
And that revenue bond allows us to spend less money to fix those roads because we can do it when it's cheaper to do so. That's how we save money.
Thank you.
All right. Are you finished, Chris? Yeah, it's good. I'm going to basically say a few things too. Again, I think one of the highest priorities to this council, of course, is safety, and that means not only police and fire and water and sewer and all that, but it also means the road safety, which is, out of all the things that the Roblins use every day, they use the roads first, probably. Okay, but especially on the west side where we live, it's kind of getting really dangerous. And then again, you hear people talking about accidents occurring because of it. So I think again, it's priority to maintain the assets that we do have in our streets. And I've always asked to have the west side, but I do know that PCI does make a lot more distance for each dollar that we use because we're saving the streets that can be saved. But I'm personally of a mind of no new taxes. So, if we were to continue the half cent that we have had here for the last 12 years or 11 years, and we do have a good record. We have an excellent record of using every penny in our streets, and I think the Tax Oversight Committee has been excellent in reporting out to the public about that. We do spend our money wisely when it comes to streets, and the money that we do have available that is given to us by the public and also our visitors too, which is a kind of a nice thing that, if it is true that we're in that 40% range, 40 cents out of a dollar of our streets are paid by visitors, which is kind of helpful. We don't have to pay the whole dollar. So I would be at this point myself looking to see that we move forward with option B, not so much C, although maybe the data shows that could pass. But also if we were to have a non-sunset type of situation where we can bond against it, use contracts now in today's dollars and extend them out per square foot, it's going to be less money now than it would be 10 years from now if we do that. So that would be my.
So I have a question for city attorney. Do we need to make a motion or just a recommendation?
Thank you. So using the half-cent sales tax, that seems to be where council's heading. Using that and removing the sunset clause in order to allow bonding that would allow a large, I think $60 million if it's a half cent, or 58 million to be done at one time. We raised the question earlier about, do we have the capacity to do that much work at once? There's some question to that. I think perhaps another way, the reason I brought up the electric vehicles, all of our contractors, whether they are out of area, which is presumably who we would hire because they are the only ones that can be able to facilitate that amount of work that much. Our local guys apparently can't do that. But they're going to have to buy new vehicles. We heard at IWMA that diesel trucks, natural gas engine trucks are going to go buy the boards. We're going to have all of our contractors are going to have to buy electric vehicles. It takes 3 to 4 electric vehicles to do the work of one current diesel truck right now. That $350 million is going to go sky high. I would like to figure out a way, I don't know if it's legal or not, but certainly I think all municipalities are going to have to get creative. How do we perhaps enable our local contractors to purchase new vehicles, keep that money local, invest in vehicles that they purchase locally here, keep that sales tax here, and so they can do the work for us. We don't need, we're going to spend about 30% in debt service if we get the half-cent sales tax. Is that about what it is? So we're just frittering away, as far as I'm concerned, 30% of the extra bond money. Keep that money here. If we don't have to bond for it, because we don't really have the capacity to use it effectively, but we could help our local contractors and help ourselves in the process, or buy the equipment ourselves. I don't know. There's got to be another way to look at this. I'm just not really happy with doing a bond and spending 30% of that money on debt service in the hope for to be able to spend $20 or $50 million all at once. We can't absorb that much work anyway.
So fortunately, the issue of a bond isn't before us this evening.
Excuse me?
So fortunately, the issue of a bond is not before us this evening. Tonight, we're focused on the...
You like to kill all my ideas.
I'm so sorry. Like, there's this thing, the Brown
Just
Act.
giving us pause for thought.
I don't think it's...
And there is another way to do this than a bond. So I'm speaking against financing a bond and pointing out just the wastefulness of a bond.
That's just, yeah, I agree. It's just an opportunity, though, to have that.
My question?
Yes.
What is the answer?
So the staff is looking for direction on either the half cent or the 1 cent. So a motion would be a fine way to go forward to give them direction as to what you want to see next time. You're not approving the half cent or the 1 cent or no.
So you want like a motion
but a motion to directing staff to come back with something.
I'd like to make a motion that we direct staff for the half-cent extension for item B without a sunset clause.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Pro Tem Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. Any discussion? Okay, we'll call for the question, Lisa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Councilmember Bausch?
No.
Councilmember Roden?
Yes.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay. Yeah, we need to get Fred, I think, on too, right? Should have gone an hour ago. Yeah. Okay. We're going to let Fred head to his meeting, and we're going to take a 5-minute break.
You go to sleep.
Okay, guys, let's get started. Call a meeting back to order. Let the dais know that Councilman Strong is left. We have items, public hearing, we'll open that, and we have the 2023 annual report on implementation of the general plan. And it looks like Darcy will have the report.
We do every year. Let's see. Where do you point it at? Okay. All right, there we go. So what is the general plan? So this is a, actually I think you went, no, this is correct. So it's a state requirement to have a general plan. Our general plan sets the land use policies and the blueprint of the city's future, including our zoning, capital improvement plan, and building permit consistency. And our general plan has 8 sections, or what we call elements. Those are listed on the screen. And of course, we have Parks and Recreation as optional. All right, so as I said, this is a state requirement to report on the status of implementing the general plan. This report is first considered by Planning Commission, and then it's forwarded to the City Council. And then after City Council hears this, the city forwards the reports to the state offices of Planning and Research and Housing and Community Development. And then just last Tuesday, our Planning Commission did review this annual report and endorsed it. All right, so the general plan status report contents. This is really what the meat of the report is that we're sending to the state. So we have the housing element report, and it's pretty much separate from the rest of the other elements because it is so big, and we're reporting on every single building permit that is either has been submitted, is in review, or has been finalized. So there's a lot to report on. So that's why it's its own report. The rest of the elements are basically we have a thumbnail informational snapshot of the land use, the circulation, noise, safety, parks and rec. All of those elements, each of the departments with the city help contribute to where we're at with implementing the different policies and goals. And then we also report on any general plan amendments as well as the Uptown Town Center specific plan housing development, specifically how many units are being constructed in that specific plan area. As I said, all the city departments are contributing to updating the status of those general plan elements, aside from the housing element. That is what I do. So out of the 240 policy action items, there are 128 that are ongoing, 88 are complete, 19 are in process, and then 5 actions are not yet scheduled for implementation. I believe last year that was 8, so we did make some progress specifically with that one. The other ones kind of move in and out depending on if there's anything needing to be updated that was recently completed. It kind of ebbs and flows, but I do see progress on the items that have not been scheduled for implementation. We have gone from 8 to 5 in the last year. All right, so here are some of the major general plan activities that have been happening over the last several years. So you can see the land use element update 2020, 2021 with the specific plans. We also updated the circulation element in 2019 as well as the noise element. And then most recently, most recently, but the housing element update that was in 2020. A big thing that came out of that was our fractional density, which encourages developers to provide smaller units in order to get more units. So a smaller unit counts as a fraction of a normal unit. And then also, as part of implementing our housing element, we are working on our zoning code update, which we're expecting the council to see that later in the fall for adoption. All right, so the big meat of the report, as I mentioned, is housing production. So in 2023, if you look at this table, this is really just a snapshot of kind of where things are at in the process with issued certificates of occupancy, units built in the Uptown Center, units under construction, units in plan check, and then also units entitled. And then what we do is break it down by different categories. I feel like a really big number to look at on this table is the number of units that were entitled in total last year, 833. That's a lot. I'm going to forget what it was. I know it's in our report, in the staff report that was provided to the council. It's a big jump from last year. I want to say we were maybe in like the 100 to 200 range. So here is a housing production forecast that has been put together by the Community Development Department. Really, we're on target to have, I think it's 250. Yeah, the orange line that goes across it says residential production goal of 250 units a year. So in 2022, there were 284 units that were completed. 2023, we had 208 units completed, and then with these different specific plans, we are anticipating that the housing production will increase over the years. All right, so where's all this housing coming from? So our general plan land use element was adopted in 2003, and there were 4,300 housing units that were allocated around the city. So I'm not going to read this entire, all the numbers on the screen, but you can see that the different specific plans have different numbers allocated to them to come up with that grand total of 4,300 housing units. So this table just really shows those same specific plan areas, the number of units that are allocated to those specific plans, and then the status. And so Olson, South Chandler is one that is currently under construction. I have a couple slides showing some projects that are moving forward. Beechwood, the project is approved, but they have they're still working on their underground work, their improvement plans. So nothing has started construction there yet. Of course, we all know the Uptown's specific plan that's ongoing, infill development. Borky area is the same, Borky area specific plan with River Oaks 2. We have a lot of units that have been under construction, really growing out there. North Chandler Ranch, that is the specific plan that has not been approved yet. So that is a future specific plan that would need to get approved in order to move forward. And then the Union 46 specific plan is also infill, and that's ongoing construction. All right, so I'm going to kind of go through these. Really, these are just to show the council and then the members of the public, where all these houses are coming from, because the 833 entitled, which some of these are, under construction, they're not even in the entitled stage at this point. They've moved beyond that, but this really does show how much construction has taken place over the last few years. And so that was I went too far. That was the River Oaks 2, the vintage. So that is over by the golf course. So this is the Olson South Chandler specific plan. So there, the picture showing the construction, that is the affordable housing development over off of Linné that's underway. I believe we have a couple more in the Olson. Okay, so this is that same one. So this is our low and very low income family apartments. I believe it was, 69 affordable family units, which is a great project. The Olson Courtyard houses, this is a combination of single family units with ADUs. All the permits were issued in April, and there will be a total of 214 units with a build to rent model. So again, just more housing coming. We'll see the numbers jump from, of course, those were issued. So next year, maybe we'll see a bigger number of what's been finalized, right? So this kind of moves through that process. Beechwood specific plan, 911 units proposed. As I mentioned before, they're still working on their improvement plan, so there's no construction currently in that specific plan area. Riverwalk Terrace, this is in that Walmart shopping center. So this is a 79 unit senior apartment project. It's currently under construction, and it's low and very low income, serving the senior residents. Habitat for Humanity, this is a project that's been on the books for a long time, but it's finally coming together quite nicely. So this is in the Uptown specific plan area, so 9 low-income single-family units. Red Tail Apartments on Creston Road, we're really close to issuing that final occupancy for the last building. That's 200 market rate apartment units, contributing to our housing numbers. This is the Red Tail Apartments, the second project that has been approved. They do not have any building permits issued, but this would be 135 market rate apartments. And it's the same developer as the slide that you saw previously. All right, so that was a lot of housing. This table really summarizes the permitted units by affordability over the last several years. So our RHNA numbers are our regional housing needs allocation set by the state. So we were assigned 1,446 units with our 6th cycle. And so our housing element is really sets the stage to make sure that the city has enough land zoned for housing and for the different income groups. So you can also see that the number is broken down by extremely low and very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. I feel like for the council to take a look at what our progress is, and again, this is permitted units. I have the next slide shows what's been completed. So as you can see, the number of completed units is higher than what's been issued or permitted. So with the number of housing units that we've seen already with permits issued in 2020 or in this year alone, I feel like this report next year, you're going to see a bigger dent with how many completed units we're seeing in the city of Paso Robles with this sixth cycle, which is amazing. All right, just briefly, the council is very familiar with our Housing Constraints and Opportunities Committee. This is a committee that was established by council, I want to say 2014, 2015, and they had some incredible accomplishments over the years with reducing development impact fees, water and sewer connection fees, and then we recently used them with the housing element update. They've taken a look at additional rental apartment sites, been very informative in helping provide input on housing policies and ways to reduce the constraints to housing. We use them with their zoning code update, and then they've also been instrumental in helping with the development impact fee update. So lastly, this is just a summary of our progress. Again, this is something that we're going to send to the state, and it is routine for us to come to council first. So 98% of our general plan policy actions are complete, ongoing, or in process. There were just 5 of those action items that have been yet to be scheduled. And then of the housing element, 6th cycle RENA, of those units that we've been allocated, 515 units have been constructed, or you could say 36% of the units have been completed, and that was a 10% increase since last year. In 2023, we had 142 certificates of occupancy issued. There were 208 units under construction, 91 permits ready to pick up or in plan check. And then the big number, I feel like, is the 833 units that received entitlements. And so that was broken down by the single family residences, ADUs, and then multifamily residential. Come next year, when I give this report in the spring, we're going to see those numbers under entitlements being moved to, either under construction or in plan check or one of those categories. And so I feel like these, each year kind of moves in one direction or the other. And it'll be really exciting to see our housing just continue to grow. That is all I have for you tonight. Available to answer any questions.
Very good, Darcy. Thank you. Any questions for Darcy? Pro Tem Gregory.
So, Darcy, are all the ADUs, really, they count on the as the RENA number for low income?
So we're able to count half as low income and half as moderate.
Oh, okay.
It's a methodology that was established with when we adopted our housing element, which does help us with the low category, which tends to be tricky, except for we do have the Paso Robles Housing Authority projects, which they always have the low category.
And then are we, the number we need to attain for low-income housing is 1,400 units since we started, is that correct?
I'm sorry, for which category?
For low-income units for our RENA numbers?
So I'll go to the permitted units, or I guess it's the same number. So anyway, for low, 224. We've permitted 120, so we still have 104 left to permit. We also report on, what's been completed. So of the 224, we've completed 76, but we have 148 to go.
So Councilmember Gregory, our total obligation is the 1446.
With the different.
That's our
allocation. But then it's divided into the different categories or different income levels.
So we'll probably beat our low income numbers. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Bausch.
Thank you. So great job on the RENA numbers. That's amazing. I know you're responsible for getting all those contractors out there, so good job. This is a silly question that came in very late in the day, and I apologize for having to ask it, but I told this person I would. None of our zoning laws have been changed. This has nothing to do with any zoning, correct?
Correct. So this is, we did, when we adopted our housing element in 2020, we did 2 sites. We included a mixed use overlay. They were commercial zoned. And so we added the mixed use overlay so that we could have assign more residential units to those properties. And so one of the projects is the one in the Walmart shopping center, the Riverwalk Terrace. And so there were a couple zone changes, but since we did that, no, there have been no other zone changes. This is just the zoning that's been in place since we've, and I guess, with the completion of the specific plans and then assigning the zones to those specific plans as well.
Yeah, I mean, if we have zoning changes, those will come much later in a different form. Won't be anything like this. So
correct.
Thank you very much for this report.
Councilman Roden? Yeah.
It seems like it was our last council meeting, somebody made mention that there were 100 permits that were pulled in one day. Where was that for?
That was, I believe it's in the Olson. Let's see. Yeah, this is one. The Olson Courtyard houses and ADUs. Do you remember which planning area it was? Planning area 13. I'm not sure if that sticks out, but all the permits were issued in April, and so it's broken down. It's 214 total. The building form is for it to be a single family with a ADU on each lot.
And was that the area that we were not planning for ADUs to be built originally?
That I don't recall.
Yeah, when the project was originally approved, the Olson specific plan, there wasn't the state mandate to allow ADUs in any residential area. So we didn't anticipate this many ADUs in this phase of the project. But now that that's a state mandate, that's beyond our control.
Are we okay with the sewer and water provided for that area because of the changes?
Yeah, the master developer did have to change the sewer layout to accommodate that, but luckily those pipes weren't in the ground yet, so we were able to make the change, and the individual project developer did add additional parking and things like that to accommodate those units. So the project was redesigned on the fly to accommodate those.
Okay, you took the next question out of my mouth with as far as the parking. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, council? Go ahead and open it up to public. Anybody has to question of the 2023 annual report.
Dale Augustin, 630 13th Street, Paso Robles. I enjoyed the report. I know it's online, but I didn't read it online tonight or before tonight. The thing of it is that our city, when we decided we wanted to rely on tourism for a big chunk of our income, was that those people that came, the tourists, they found our city so desirable, they decided to move here. So now we got this, rapid growth. And it's just that we got to make sure it pays its own way.
Welcome, Michael.
Mayor Hammond, rest of y'all. We're getting really way ahead of our skis here. We're way out in front of our skis in development. And I said some years back, I don't know how long ago it was, and I said, we really need to revisit this general plan. Overall, we need to think about what we're doing here, because I'm going to tell you, I don't want to become San Jose or other places that I visit that are so crowded and so out of line with their growth that they can't catch up. And that's where we're going if we don't tap the brakes here and start to rethink what we're doing. Because this is going to get out of hand really fast. It already is. You get 2,000 units out in Channel Ranch and you build Olson or Beechwood. We got no access from the east to the west, but we're talking about $100 million bridges to cross the 46. I mean, we're so disjointed here. We're trying to react, and we're getting to the point where we're just trying to put out fires. So I think this city has to really think about tapping the brakes here a bit, rethinking our future, because we haven't done that for a long time. We're just like wild-eyed, go, growth, tourism, all this is happening, and we're not really stepping back and saying, where are we going? What are we doing? Is this for Roblins? Is this for the quality of life that people come to and expect? To have a certain lifestyle and to have a certain quality of life? Or are we just rushing towards this? We don't know. And that's what I see happening here. And it's sad. And I've seen other communities do that. And I can tell you right now, they're not very nice places to live in a lot of circumstances. And so I would just hope that this city would take some time, and I'm talking about a year or 2 years, to start thinking about what we're doing, and let's tap the brakes a little bit. So we make sure that this is a great place for Roblins to live, and we can welcome our guests with open arms, with decent streets, public safety, and the things that make cities great. And some more parks. We don't have enough parks here. And I'm a person that loves open space and parks because I think that really enhances everybody's quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you. Francisco.
Francisco Ramirez. I, for one, I want to thank the city for this. Is a great plan, great report. And this is actually a long time coming. This is something that I've been telling you guys for several years, every time I come up here, that we have no housing, we have no affordable housing here in Paso Robles for professionals that want to come in and work here. Professionals that I personally know that are high-level, well-trained nurses, that the job opportunities are here in our local hospitals, in our clinics, but the affordability to actually live here where you're working is not. So some of them have come, they worked a year and found another place that was a lot affordable for them to live. So this is, I'm grateful for this. I want to say thank you, and that we continue this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll bring it back to council.
I do have a caller online, Coy Barnes.
Okay. Coy? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to reiterate what Michael Rivera said, and I think we need to. And I need to reiterate that we need to pause and tap the stop button on this program, because I think that while the visitors to the region are spectacular and we need them, I think that there needs to be some better review of what we do for our city. So Michael Rivera is spot on. And I think the city council should take heed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I do have another caller. I don't have a name yet, but I will go ahead and put them live.
Linda George, housing, RENA numbers.
Linda George.
Go ahead, Linda. We can hear you.
Okay, great. I just wanted to make one comment about the RENA numbers, and I just got in and I see the chart has very little affordable housing for the low income. But I just want to push my need to see mobile home parks in Paso Robles, because that gives people the opportunity to own something. I hate to see that we still keep pushing people into really unaffordable rents. $2,600 at Arrive, $3,200 with all the bells and whistles inside one apartment does not make it better. doesn't make it worth the $2,600 a month. And you got to keep in mind that most government employees don't make that much to be able to afford. But I'm really advocating, once again, for mobile home parks. They're the new condos, and that gives our people the ability to own more than just throw money at rent. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
No other callers.
Okay. All right, we'll bring it back then to council. And the issue here is to give staff direction to submit back to the California State Department of Housing.
So I'll make a recommendation. We approve the 2023 general plan annual report as presented and direct staff to submit to California Department of Housing and Community Development.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Pro Tem Gregory, second by Councilman Bausch. Any discussion on the item? Call for the question, Melissa.
Councilmember Gregory?
Yes.
Councilmember Bausch?
Aye.
Councilmember Roden?
Aye.
Mayor Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimous.
Very good. We'll close the public hearing and go on to discussion items. And the first
Thank you, Darcy. Very nice.
First one on that is review of proposals for fiscal years 24-25, 25-26 from the Paso Robles Downtown Main Street Association, the Hispanic Business Association, the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance, and the Paso Robles Templeton Chamber of Commerce. And who will have the report?
Mayor, I'll take that one. Just a couple brief intro slides, and then we'll get right to the discussion. Next slide, please. So the city, as you know, has provided annual contributions to specific community organizations, some for many years. Generally, the overall objective, as I see it, is to maintain and increase the economic vitality and marketing of our city. Just to remind the public and the council, there was a meeting in 2022 amongst most of the groups, and there was a desire to move to more of a multi-year agreement process, which we did this last budget cycle, and an effort to focus on regular collaboration, which has continued to occur. In terms of where we're at today, as you know, during our March 2nd budget workshop, there were requests to bring these contribution agreement discussions back to the council. And then at your last meeting, we were able to bring the Hispanic Business Association and the Main Street Association in for those discussions. The Wine Alliance and the Chamber were not able to make it last time, but they are here tonight. You all did have some follow-up questions and some information you were seeking, and we believe the updated information in terms of line item budgets and some of the fiscal information is included in your agenda packet as attachments. And I'd like to just remind the council that as part of building out the budget, staff did assume contributions from Main Street Wine Alliance and Chamber of Commerce at what I'm calling current year levels, and I'll get to that number in just a minute. Again, that was for planning purposes at this point. There was no allocation for the HBA, the Hispanic Business Association, again, as part of our budget build process. Next slide, please. So in the staff report, we showed a couple years worth of financial information in terms of contribution agreements. But in this case, Paul Sloan was able to go back a few years, go back to 18-19. To give you a sense of where those contribution levels have been for each of the groups. You'll note in fiscal year 21-22, there were some one-time grants provided by the council that offered workforce development related activities that I believe the Wine Alliance and the Chamber both participated in. I don't believe Main Street was offered the grant as I understand it, but did not move forward with those workforce development activities. And then in our current year, you can see in fiscal year 23-24 where those contribution levels are. Again, in the proposed budget, as we were building it out, we made the assumption as a placeholder that we would continue at current year levels for the upcoming 2 years, absent further direction from the city council. So that's where we stand tonight. As I understand it, the HBA and Main Street will not be representing what they presented to you last time, other than I think there was wanting maybe a summary of the information that they have provided since then, and hopefully answer some of the questions you had. And then both the Wine Alliance and the Chamber of Commerce are here, and they'll have presentations that are a bit more full presentations like you saw last time. So with that, that concludes my intro, and I will turn it back to you, Mayor. The groups are here and be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions of Chris at this point?
I have a quick question. Yep. Was there a budget for the Paso Wine Country Alliance?
Yes. So in the proposed budget, I'm sorry. Yeah. I believe they submitted a proposal. I don't think they submitted a line item budget, but I'll defer to Joel and his team when they get up here if you're seeking more of that information.
Yeah, I think we made the request for budgets for this.
Okay. Joel, you want to start?
Thanks for the question. We put on the largest wine festival we put on in the last 6 years over the course of the last 2 weeks, and did not have a chance to put together a full budget for what you needed. I'm happy to do that or answer any questions about what we do, but it was literally, this is the busiest week of our entire year, is the last 3 weeks of Wine Festival. So that's my answer on that one. I'm happy to present whenever you want me to.
Okay. Do you have a presentation you want to go through tonight?
I do. Is that enough you'd like me to?
Yeah. You're up there. Let's go ahead and get started.
Great. Thank you. Mayor Hammond, Councilpersons Bausch, Gregory, Roden, and Strong, city staff, and public, thank you. My name is Joel Peterson. I'm the Executive Director of the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance. I'd like to thank you for your continued support of the wine community. The Wine Country Alliance has a 30-year history of serving our community, as well as advocates. We are advocates and leaders in the wine and grape industry, marketing, promoting this region, its wines, to wine trade, media, visitors with events, roadshows, hosted trips, paid and earned media, as well as our well-visited Paso Robles Wine website. We just come off the most successful wine festival ever, with over 3,000 tickets sold at the Paso Robles Event Center and 2,500 guests alone at Saturday's grand tasting. We have a long tradition of working with the city and working to build capacity with education of our local trade, along with outreach and marketing. Our current services for the city include trade and outreach, industry education, wine-specific marketing, economic and workforce development, as well as offering photography and videography assets for some city projects. I've invited a few of my key members of my team to go through a few slides to offer what we do. Here in the audience today, I have Patricia Wilmore, my Government Affairs Coordinator, Chris Toronto, my Communications Director, Krista Smith, our Marketing Director, and Carol Yeaman Sanchez, our Membership Manager. Next slide. Where do I click? Oh. Thank you. We're led by a 9-person board of directors, all owners of wineries and vineyards and lodging establishments here in Paso Robles. We've got a 6-person team with 2 part-time consultants. Our key partners in this operation are the City of Paso Robles, Travel Paso, Visit Us Local, Downtown Main Street Association, and the Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce. We have 505 total member wineries, or companies actually. 192 are wineries, 28 are growers, 168 associates, and 117 hospitality members. And I'm going to have my team kind of go through a few of the quick things that we do. I'll start with Chris.
Chris? Cool. All right. Good evening, Mayor Hammond and members of the City Council. Chris Toronto, Communications Director of the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance. And let's see. All right. A key initiative with the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance is trade outreach, which I'm mostly responsible for. By influencing the influencers and arming gatekeepers with the knowledge of our region, we're able to create new ambassadors that help expand the brand awareness of Paso Robles wines. Through in-market visits, like cities like Denver, Dallas, Phoenix, all, by the way, direct flight cities from San Luis Obispo, and more, we're able to educate them on what makes Paso Robles wine region, the the Paso Robles wine region unique. Through master classes on our American viticultural area, they're able to better understand what sets our region apart from the competition. And with that information, use it in the sale of wines to the consumer, the end user, thus creating demand which drives increased business throughout the year. Many of these events are also partnerships with our destination marketing organizations. With wine and wine country as the asset, it strengthens the tourism message. Actually, let's leave it right there for a second. As the region grows in recognition, we're invited to participate in some international trade endeavors as well, with California Wine Institute, which has been influential in delivering our message to new and eager audiences around the world. This winter, we conducted 6 master classes across Tokyo, Osaka, and Seoul, as well as participated in a number of large consumer and trade tastings, reaching a little bit over 1,500 people in total. This year, we have some activations, though, on the horizon still, and those include a trade focus tasting over 2 days in San Diego, a roadshow visit to Fresno, and the Savor Paso event in San Jose that is a partnership with Travel Paso. Also this year, we have upcoming, as part of our trade outreach, our wholesale buyers tour. It's called the Paso Wine School. This immersive experience brings on and off-premise buyers to Paso Robles to learn about our climate, soils, and winemaking. In the wine industry, this is a proven strategy in creating new ambassadors to the region. And you may notice also the play in words, the Paso Wine School. It's spelled with an apostrophe. That implies that that this is an educational experience, of course, that they're going to get within their experience here, but also that Paso is cool. I don't mean just in our people, but also in the reference of our climate and how we cool down at night, which is a very unique quality of ours, and it's something that we often lead with when talking to trade to help us stand apart. So I'll invite my next colleague up.
Hello, my name is Carol Eamon Sanchez, Membership Manager at the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance. Thank you for having us this evening. For the past several years, we've been really focused on growing and strengthening the educational programming that we provide. With 40 events and seminars offered to our over 500 member companies, including over 2,600 staff, we believe providing education to our members is key to a community that is committed to ongoing learning and improvement. Over the past 12 months, we have had more than 800 total PRWCA member staff attend or participate in at least one seminar, if not more. Educational seminars span multiple tracks with topics such as how to up-level your hospitality as part of our Business Excellence and Service Training series, creating a culture of collaboration, not only with staff, but also between different wineries as part of our Tasting Room Managers Luncheon series, key skills and trainings, as well as technical certifications as part of our full-day boot camps, as well as highly technical things such as detecting wine spoilage organisms or renewable energy for the wine industry as part of our Wine and Vit Tech series. One of the specific events that I wanted to highlight is our recent Hospitality 101 Bootcamp that was on April 30th, which was produced in partnership with Slow Partners, as well as support from Travel Paso and Crew Hospitality. We had 80 attendees, both PRWCA members, the wider community looking for hospitality jobs, and Paso Robles high school students. Our sessions covered Paso Robles tourism, as well as a deep dive into hospitality and customer service skills training, the Paso Robles American viticultural area, more about wine 101 and how it's made, as well as critical state required responsible beverage service training. We also worked with Slow Partners afterward to coordinate a job fair that connected 30 businesses with 56 attendees from the community who are seeking hospitality jobs. The PRWCA is proud to collaborate with academics, educators, and industry professionals and partners to provide key industry education for our local community that leads to a stronger Paso Robles workforce. I'll pass it to Krista.
Good Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us tonight. My name is Krista Smith, and I am the Marketing Director for the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance. The Wine Alliance provides key marketing that brings consumers to Paso and drives tourism, which spurs the local economy. Our marketing efforts fall within several key areas, which include social media, content, partnerships, events, and advertising. For social media, we are most active on Facebook and Instagram with over 68,000 followers on Facebook and over 27,000 followers on Instagram. We use content marketing to tell the stories of Paso Robles Wine Country, the people, the wines, the experiences, and we do that through several channels. The first being the Where Wine Takes You podcast, which is consistently a top 10 wine podcast in the world. And we have over 200,000 listens of our 100 episodes. This year, we expanded the Where Wine Takes You campaign to include video. Later this week, we will have shared 5 videos so far this year, each telling the unique stories of the brands and thus reaching wider audiences. We also have an email list of over 50,000 consumers. We also do blog stories multiple times a month through the Paso Uncorked blog. Last year, we launched a free mobile app for Paso Wine Country, which has everything that visitors and locals could possibly be looking for to navigate throughout wine country. And then we produce and distribute 125,000 maps and 10,000 guides to Paso Robles Wine Country. To amplify these marketing efforts, Paso Wine Country Alliance partners with several other local organizations, which include Travel Paso, Cab Collective, Rhone Rangers, YVI, and others throughout the year. Events are also a big part of our marketing strategy. We organize several key events in the region each year. We start the year with Blendfest on the coast, and while the main event happens in San Simeon and Cambria, attendees come to Paso to visit the wineries throughout the weekend. Our second event is the virtual auction, which happens in March, and this year we were pleased to raise over $70,000, which goes back into the local community to support high school scholarships and other local nonprofit organizations. Every March is Spring Release Month, which is a themed month that consists of individual events at area wineries and restaurants, which encourages consumers to come and experience all that Paso Robles has to offer. And we are just coming off our biggest event of the year, which Joel alluded to, which is Paso Wine Fest. We have 4 days of ticketed events. This year was one of the most successful, with over 2,800 attendees actually checking in to the events. And annually, that brings about 10,000 visitors to Paso Robles throughout the weekend. And then finally, we end our local events with Harvest Wine Month every October. That is another themed month that consists of events at area wineries, with the majority focused on a featured weekend, which is always a third weekend in October. And then in addition to our own channels, we also do paid advertising, event advertising, and general awareness campaigns. Both focus on bringing more visitors to Paso Robles and exposing more consumers to the Paso Robles wine region. To maximize funds, the majority of ad dollars are spent primarily in drive and fly markets in the areas of digital, video, print, and email. For our 2023 campaigns, we delivered over 20 million impressions and over 132,000 clicks. And had a total of over 4,200 tickets sold. And those numbers will be probably a little bit higher this year because we are still going. I will hand it back to Joel.
So as you can see, we do quite a bit. And the last pillar of what we do is the economic and workforce development. We meet regularly with Mr. Paul Sloan, with Chris Hewitt, Ty Lewis, and we have collaborative meetings throughout the year with our key partners, the city, the Chamber of Commerce, Main Street, Travel Paso, and the city. We're always looking for new leads in terms of people who are looking to bring businesses here. Often we get calls, people saying, what can we bring to Paso Robles that isn't exactly specific wine related? It supports those businesses, so we connect them, connect the dots and offer and kind of connect developers looking with entrepreneurs, which is great. We speak at industry conferences around the state and around the region about people who are looking to expand to come to Paso Robles to make new wines or create new technologies. And we take the city with us. We took the city to San Jose last year for our Sabre event, where they were able to speak with other people for the spaceport development. We have, like I said, the tourism collaboration commitment we have, which has been a great thing that came out of COVID. We work collaboratively on education, our marketing spend, our road shows with Travel Paso, the Chamber of Commerce, and Main Street. And then we also have exciting news about moving into the new office space with Chamber of Commerce on the corner of 13th and Spring Street. And then again, we're sustainably growing as an organization. Our membership is up 25% since 2021, an average of over 6% per year. Our numbers is up, in terms of number of attendees, we're up 16% of an average of 4% per year. We give back to the community every year in terms of our nonprofit foundation, which is this year we're giving away $40,000 to 17 students. And then we also have CDFA grants, which are part of the USDA grant. So basically it's a California Food and Ag grant to market the specialty crop grants. And so wine grapes are considered a specialty crop. So we actually have funding of about $150,000 per year just for marketing outside of the state of California. With that, I'll answer any questions. I respectfully ask that you continue to invest in Paso Robles wine country and invest in our region. And I don't know if I'm supposed to answer questions or the Chamber of Commerce is going next.
We'll briefly ask you if there's any questions from council. Councilman Belsch.
Joel, I don't really have a question. Well, maybe I do. Did you have a favorite wine over the weekend? All right.
I can't answer.
I got to say, I mean, I was impressed with all the new folks that we saw. Just couldn't see everybody. Yeah. But hats off to the locals. I got to say, Gary's Cab is still my favorite.
Yeah,
it's awesome. How long have you and I worked together? Like 12 years?
Yeah.
You are tired, my friend. I really appreciate from the bottom of my heart you showing up tonight and giving it your characteristic high-level energy. But go home and get some rest, my friend.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councilman Griffin.
Yeah, Joel, I want to say what a great job your whole group does for our city, and this weekend was amazing, just stunning. So thank you for all your hard work.
Sharon?
Wish I'd been there.
Sorry.
That was very well done.
I got a message late. I don't always check my city phone every minute, so Joel tried to get me there. I appreciate that. I wish I did have a budget to look at. I think you guys do phenomenal work. But it would be not, and I know it's been a harried time for you, but I think we put that request out a month or more ago, which doesn't probably lighten your load a whole lot, but just for the future, it would be nice to be able to have that.
Happy to provide that and have more dialogue. I got the request. I can show you the email. It was probably about 2.5 weeks ago, and I wasn't sure kind of what direction to go. I've got a 45-page budget. I can pare it down to whatever it needs to be, but I don't know if you guys want to look through a 45-page budget or a 14-page budget. But obviously, I apologize for not getting it to you guys tonight, but I certainly will.
Well, it sounds like you've been covered up lately, so. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
So real quick, Joel, your ask for tonight is the $85,000 that you're looking for, which is, I think, what we did last year.
Correct.
Okay. No problem. I don't have any further questions. You guys are fantastic, and I think you're a big part of what Paso Robles has become because of your organization and what you do for us.
Thank you. So, thanks for judging one of our cooking competitions on Friday.
It was my pleasure, especially Jeffrey. Jeffrey was there. All right.
Do we take a motion on each one as it comes?
No, we're going to hear everybody. Let's, Dale, I want to, not yet. I want to get Gina up here, so we're not doing public comment yet.
You want to do all of them first before comment?
Yep.
Okay.
Gina's right behind you. Gina Fitzpatrick.
That's okay.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, council members. Thank you for having us tonight. Let me associate myself here. So I have the clicker. Gina Fitzpatrick, Paso Robles Chamber of Commerce, Paso Robles and Templeton Chamber of Commerce. Now, let's see. So our mission at the Paso Robles and Templeton Chamber of Commerce is to promote economic vitality, empower leaders, champion businesses, foster civic engagement, and honor our history. So next you see a slide of our board of directors. We actually have 23 board of directors. I believe on this document you see 22, as we recently had an open seat. Our chairman of the board, Robert Covarrubias, is here with us tonight. He's right behind me, actually. He also sits on the planning commission, so if you recognize him from this room, it could be from that. With that, our chamber has a couple of primary goals. We advocate, educate, and we promote. And of course, we focus hard on visitor services. So our current funding model as it relates to economic development is specific to visitor services. So tonight, I'm really talking a lot more about visitor services than I am about the chamber. And one may ask themselves why visitor centers are important. How does this benefit the community? Why do we need to operate a center? We know that we have 2 million visitors or more coming into Paso Robles each year. So this is what we do for them. For over 30 years, we have staffed and managed the city's visitor center, fulfilling several important and unique roles. We're the information hub for enhanced visitor experiences. We do this by creating vital information. We give them details on attractions, events, accommodations, all of the things that people come in, email, contact us by phone. All of those pieces, we have staff that are always available to help 7 days a week. We also believe in economic prosperity by facilitating hundreds of thousands of direct referrals to local businesses. The center cultivates revenue generating opportunities, bolstering businesses' capacity to expand and create more jobs, which is always what we want to see. Additionally, tourism taxes generated bolster local government funds, furnishing resources for community projects and services. I know you're all familiar with that piece, which in turn enhances our overall quality of life by improving infrastructure and providing much needed and utilized public amenities. Specifically, our visitor services offers safety and assistance. Our center serves as a safety checkpoint as we provide important information about potential hazards such as extreme weather conditions, road closures affecting travel, or terrain challenges. We know even last year with the flooding that we experienced, as well as the Highway 1 slides and all of the other things that we've experienced here in our region, fires, etc., our phones are off the hook, emails. We literally have 3 to 4 people that are just focused specifically in those areas during those times because of the fact that the volume is so high. We serve as an accessible point of contact for visitors with disabilities or specific needs, offering resources and assistance to ensure inclusivity and enjoyment for all. Overall, visitor centers continue to play a vital role in facilitating enjoyable, safe, and enriching travel experiences for visitors while contributing to the economic and cultural vitality of the communities they serve. How do we know that? Because this is just in the last 10 months, I want to point out, we of course didn't have a complete fiscal year this year, and last year I shared those numbers. Last fiscal year I shared those numbers. So we saw 18,212 walk-ins, 4,000 phone requests, almost 11,000 email requests. Our website, of course, is going crazy in the meantime, but my favorite part about this entire document are the site referrals. When people come into the center or contact us, we don't recommend 1 or 2 places. It's more often than not 4, 5, 6. To be able to talk to people that are here experiencing the girls' getaway, the bachelorette parties, and things like that. This has now become a thing. This is what Paso is more and more known for. My cousins that are up in the Bay Area, all of their friends have come to Paso to experience what we have to offer for these bachelorette parties and things like that. And we know that we're giving, 15, 20 referrals minimum, site referrals to specific places and describing what it is about these places in particular that we recommend and why we're recommending it based on their questions and their ask. Over the years, we've built relationships with travel agents that continuously add Paso to the itinerary of their paid guests, which I love and think is funny when they're contacting us and saying, okay, I've got a new couple to send you and they're bringing 4 friends, let's do this. But so we love what we do. As you can see, our relocation guides also, I find very helpful that people are coming to us to be able to relocate not just their residents, but businesses as well. So we oftentimes connect with the city and connect with Paul if we're in that situation and somebody wants to bring a business into Paso specifically. Our fiscal year highlights for 23 and 24, of course, I'm not going to read all of these, but we facilitated over 90 ribbon cuttings and grand openings over the past 2 years, educating our staff on even more places that they can refer guests to, which I think is pretty phenomenal. If we're not out in the field experiencing what our guests are experiencing, it's really hard to tell the story. It's really hard to talk about it. We've participated in the proposal of, and we showcased the city's first season of holiday lighting in the park. That was fun and very well enjoyed and attended by all, as I'm sure you've heard multiple times now. We hosted a tourism and hospitality day of workshop for our Leadership North County program to help bring more awareness to the benefits tourism brings into our community. We also, let's see, the Visitor Center continues to serve as a central hub for featuring community events. This is evident through our bulletin board, printed materials, window displays, and websites. And this past fiscal year, most exciting for us, we entered into a formal partnership with the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance to share office space and create a dynamic new center as we collaborate on visitor services programming. So with that, I'm going to have Joel come up here with me so that we can explain building our future. So we are planning to enhance the visitor center experience through large digital displays, Paso-centric photo opportunities, the ability to host small local merchants to create visibility in the downtown corridor. We are expanding the selection of Paso-themed merchandise for locals and tourists alike. We know that this creates the brand ambassador for Paso Robles. I was in Nevada last month and saw the 805 hats that a couple of guys were wearing, and we know where they came from. It's that exact thing that we want to see with brand ambassadors, showcasing what we have to offer here in Paso Robles. We are creating an engaging educational headquarters for programs such as the Business Entrepreneurial Support Team, which is finally coming back now that we have the space, our Leadership North County program, and the Young Professionals Group, empowering the local workforce, both hospitality related and otherwise. We'll utilize our new conference facility to host workshops, providing in-depth business advancement tools and leadership training. And through collaboration with our travel and tourism partners, the new visitor center will become a prominent stop while hosting journalists and media. I bet you want to see a bigger picture of this, though. So here are our renderings. Is there anything that you want to share yet?
Coming together.
It is coming together. So this is possibly what the outside of our building may look like if we get our dreams. We are going to pass the hat around in just a few minutes. But this is the outside of the building. We'll have ample parking for our guests to be able to come in and go directly into the center, more than what we have in our current space. We also can see the inside of the center. This was, of course, again, a rendering with a lot of merchandise and things like that. There will be more brochures and more tangible items that people can take with them. But we think the cool piece is that back wall that you're looking at, where you can kind of see somebody taking a picture, that's actually, what do we call that? It's like an Instagram wall. It's a spot for people that's actually a real swing where people will be able to come in and take pictures. So it'll be interactive throughout the center. We're really looking forward to that and pushed hard on that aspect of it. We know that that's what people want. Joel and I both toured the Napa Visitor Center, Sonoma, no, excuse me, it was Napa, Healdsburg, and there was one other one, and looked to see what they had and what they were offering so that we knew that we were somewhere comparable. And since then, I've continued on that path and solving. Santa Barbara has quite a few visitor center, actually. And so it's been fun to be able to see what they're offering and their photo opportunities and things like that. another shot of the visitor center. So our upcoming initiatives, and again, I'm not going to completely go through all of these, but we'll continue to grow our relationships with the wedding and events industry to ensure we're capturing the audience of guests that have made the trip into Paso Robles for a specific event with the goal to encourage return visits. So we actually, a person that sits on our board is actually the owner of All About Events. And he knows that they book 1,100 events a year. Of those 1,100 events that they book on an annual basis, they know that the average guest count is 150 guests. So, 90% of those are weddings. And of the 90% of those that are weddings, 80% of those people are completely coming from out of the area and into Paso Robles. If you do the math on all of that, it's literally tens of thousands of people that are coming in to get married in Paso Robles. So building that relationship and ensuring that they are all receiving welcome packages and that they're getting something as they are greeted and coming into Paso with that professional look and feel that we are looking to achieve is really important to us. They're seeing a lot of the exposure that both Travel Paso and the Wine Alliance are putting out there. They're now familiar with the Wine Alliance logo and the Travel Paso logos. So for them to be able to come into Paso and specifically into the center and to be able to see that same brand, it means a lot. It is exactly what we're aiming to accomplish. Let's see. I think we can move through. Of course, in our upcoming initiatives, we also will partner with the city, continue to partner with the city in the Economic Development Strategic Plan implementation once approved and as directed. We also want to make sure that we are building a strong welcome presence throughout the city. So if this lends to us being out at the airport or something at the train station, we're very open to that idea and that conversation, and we want to know how we can help. Thank you.
Quick question. When do you think you're going to be done with your visitor center?
Not soon enough.
Yeah.
We're really, really hoping to be moved in by August 1st.
August.
September 1st would be the absolute 100% latest as far as the specific visitor center is concerned, but we'll make sure there's not even a day of downtime.
Okay. Well done. Thank you, Gina.
I got a couple
Any
of
questions for?
questions.
Yeah.
Well, statement first. I've used chambers from traveling from Nashville, Tennessee to Nome, Alaska, that I call ahead of time to find out things to do, and they're just a huge amount of information you can get through them. So I've used chambers, so I'm very proud of what you've done. I do have a question on your budget.
Sure.
I like the way you presented it with the line items, but I noticed there was no line item for fundraising in the income.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. I understand what you're saying. We are really looking at this new space and looking at opportunities to be able to bring in more revenue. So we don't specifically fundraise for the visitor center. I know that it's not the same as all of the contracts. In other words, like with Joel and his funding, not to speak for Joel, but it's kind of spread throughout. There's various areas in which the funding assists. For us, it is specific to visitor center, and we don't have a specific fundraiser specific to that. We had actually at our annual dinner this year aimed to do a capital campaign or an investors luncheon, and unfortunately just didn't see. I think there were 3 people that said that they wanted to be involved in something like that. So we haven't done any specific fundraising, specific to the center. If we did, it would be, again, a capital campaign specific to the dollars that we need in order to build out the complete center. And then on an ongoing basis, we are looking at revenue generating opportunities. So if that means, I think I had mentioned earlier, having some type of a display area where people that don't actually have a business in the downtown area but want to experience what that's like, can they come into the center and showcase their products and things like that and potentially rent a booth? We don't really know exactly what all of that looks like. Our thought was to have wine tasting actually, and the ABC said that we can't really do a lot of that. And so we're still in that exploration mode.
So the dinner we went to for all that wasn't a fundraising event for the chamber?
Yeah, so that is specific to the chamber. So if you're, the budget that
That's
you're
what I'm
looking
talking
at.
about, right.
Yeah, so we as our board separates the two out in a sense. Visitor center, visitor services, because that's what this funds. So we want to ensure that this money
now I
doesn't
understand.
bleed into the chamber. And we leave those very specifically separated out. I don't, is that appropriate, Rob? Is the best way that I can explain that. But yes,
I
absolutely.
thought we were talking the same thing, but it's a separate. Okay, thank you.
And what is your ask for this year as far as the budget from the city?
Well, we can always ask. So
Yes.
of course we asked for 115,000 this year. We know that our staffing will definitely increase. Our staffing levels will need to increase at the new center. And so with those expectations, that is where you do see an increase in the budget.
Very good. Thank you. Chris?
So that's 10,000 over this year. Okay.
Excuse me. Actually,
no.
It's a little bit more than that, I believe.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Yeah, we were at 95. It's 20,000. I apologize. I just want to make sure that I'm being transparent.
I was doing per year. You're doing the 2 years. I mean, according to what you submitted here, you're going from 95.
Right, correct. We were at 90 and 95, and now we're asking for 115.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Sorry
Sure.
about that. Explain the connection to Templeton. Are you providing visitors services for Templeton? There's a space down there, I believe, and how does Templeton get funded and those kinds
Sure. Our Templeton overhead is under $500 a month at this time in total. And so staffing is shared between the chamber staff in Paso Robles and the chamber staff in Templeton. Our visitor services staff and what you see there is very specific to Paso Robles only. With the two do not intertwine in that sense. Our staff from Paso does not work in the visitor center in Templeton, and specific to visitor services, it's not the same.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I appreciate you asking it.
Steve? Question?
No, I think, so you separate the chamber from the visitor center. So you pay for your staffing at the chamber with your fundraisers and other income from the businesses, correct?
Right, from our membership, from our events, exactly.
Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, I think we're good. Thank you, Gina.
Sure.
Thank you, Rob. Next we have, let's go with the Downtown Main Street Association. Jeff?
Good evening, Mayor Hammond and Council. So as you know, we gave our presentation 2 weeks ago at the previous meeting. Since the meeting, we had an opportunity to get together with the board of directors and put together a budget subcommittee to answer some of the questions that Councilwoman Roden had. So I'm going to turn the floor over to our secretary, Mr. Bill Saylor.
Good evening, Mayor Hammond, members of the council. You already know who I am. I'm here tonight representing Main Street. The Main Street Association, as you know, was established here in Paso in 1988. Since that time, we've dedicated ourselves to the preservation, restoration, and promotion of the downtown in Paso Robles. This past fiscal year, we had volunteers that logged a total of 17,088 plus hours of volunteer time. To equate that out to a dollar figure at $16 an hour, that's $273,408. Our board is a relatively young board, and I'm not saying age-wise, but in terms of people, well, you know. I have another statement towards the end.
Be right there.
We have a lot of people that have joined the board who are entrepreneurs that have never really served on boards before. So we have 12 board members and 5 lifetime board members. That's 17 altogether. And we're going to continue to dedicate our time, resources, and energy into making Paso Robles downtown the best on the Central Coast of California. I'm really here tonight to address questions that Councilman Roden brought up at the last meeting concerning our year-to-date 23-24 budget. I want to thank Councilman Roden and Chris Bausch, Councilman Bausch, for attending a special meeting of our board to help clarify their questions and steer us in a good direction. As a result of their insights, you'll notice two areas of change in our revised and resubmitted budgets for the 24-25, 25-26 budget. I'd like to note that we have increased our payroll and payroll liabilities in order to comply with the current California salary schedule for exempt employees. And two, we have increased our projected fundraising, event sponsorships, and promotional income streams to help balance our budget. Our board is committed to fiscal responsibility and transparency. And at this time, if you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to try to answer those the best I can.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Sharon, you have any?
First, I want to, he's an abstention, but I want to thank Mr. Strong for staying home that evening so that I could go to your board meeting. And I want to thank all of those involved for receiving my questions about the budget. I did look through the budget that you presented. Let me just go over some things that I'd looked at. On the income side, and I took the city funding out and I compared it to the actual that you've projected here at year end. From 24-25, without the city funding, you actually increase your income by 40%. And in 25-26, 45% over 24. And yet your expenses have increased over 35% in 24-25 and almost 40% in 25-26. And I think you mentioned one aspect that I'm really confused about with the wages, because I think it started out that it was $74,400 with $14,000 payroll liability. And my first question is the $14,000, because the payroll liability, as far as I can recall, shouldn't be more than 9% of your gross wages. And that's larger than that.
Right. We're working right now with our payroll company to figure out where we're at and why it's higher than it's supposed to be. And we haven't gotten a response back from them yet.
Okay. And this does not include workman's comp, which I, you know, for clerical, it's probably 1%, maybe 2%. I'm not sure what you pay for workman's comp, but about that. So that was my first question. But when this budget came back, as you mentioned, you increased the wages 31% and the liabilities, which really it would be nice to have that separated out so that we have a clear picture. From 88.4 to 125,000. Why was that increased that much?
The California state salary schedule states that you must pay exempt employees $16 an hour. I mean, twice the minimum wage, which is $16. So minimum wage is $16 an hour. California state law says that we must pay them twice the minimum wage times the 40 hours a week.
What makes an exempt employee?
That they're full-time.
That they're full-time?
Yeah.
We pay wages at minimum wage and whatever hours that they work. It wouldn't, I don't know, I just haven't heard of that. Do you know anything about it?
Salaried employees, not part-time.
No, this is full-time employees that
No,
work
it's-
40 hours a week, they get
You can look it up. It's a state law that's been in effect for a couple of years that we were not aware of. And therefore, we have to increase our salaries to meet that, to be compliant with state law.
I'm seeing nodding heads up here. Are you guys aware of that?
Yeah, salary versus hourly. There's two different things here going on.
Yeah.
That exists.
Are you talking salary or are you talking hourly?
No, we're talking salary. An exempt employee that's on salary has to be paid a minimum of 2 times the minimum wage at 40 hours a week.
Well, that's a heck of an increase.
Basically, what the state of California has done is said that you must be paying your full-time employees a minimum of $66,000 a year this year.
They don't want
As their salary.
an employer to just hide behind overtime laws by claiming a salaried employee. They want to make sure that if they're hourly, pay them hourly and pay them overtime. Otherwise, if you're going to pay them salary to skirt that issue, it has to be a fair wage. Hence the
So if you
well, it
went
seems
to
like a draconian issue.
If I can. So the minimum annual salary to qualify for an exempt employee is $66,560. This minimum salary is steadily increased over the past few years. So if you are an exempt, I don't know exactly what the number is, but that is the minimum pay. It's the $66,000 for a salaried employee.
So if you paid them hourly, you would save 31% on the wages?
Yeah.
At least?
We would have to reclassify them, and we're looking into, gosh, how do I say this? We're looking into how we can get around that.
We don't want to get around it, but I mean just
change it to where we can save some money.
I think what you mean is you want to be able to find the way to pay your employees that's compliant with state law, but also works for your organization.
Correct.
What she said.
I agree with that.
Because as the city, we're not going to endorse you violating state law.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, all right. Well, that's a bugger. Okay, that was one of my main questions. And then I see on the next year, the 25-26, you just bumped everything up 3%.
Yes.
All the way
for
down the
cost
line.
of living, et cetera, inflation.
Expenses and income.
Yes.
Again, the fundraising, you're bumping that up a little bit. Well, 24-25 is.
Well, 23-24, it was at 5.
Well, actual is at 3. But you hope to get it up to 25.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Good, Sharon. Okay.
Thank you again. I
We're going to do a
appreciate it.
2-minute break here for the restroom real quick. So we'll be back in a second. Okay, we'll bring it back and continue. We had one more HBA. Maria, you want to address the council?
Okay, well, I'm the newbie, and I guess my 10 o'clock hour is my shift. That's what happened last time. It's my sweet spot, my 10 o'clock shift here. So I did my presentation, and I sent my extra information in. I don't want to hold up anybody, but if you just have any questions on that, I know that you have other subjects to consider tonight.
Mm-hmm. Any questions then for Maria at this point on her submittal that we have in our packet? Again, your ask is, again, 75,000.
75, yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I think one thing that we had discussed, and Mr. Strong brought up again tonight, was incorporating matching funds. And maybe in some cases we can't do that, but it can be a percentage or something as a consideration.
Okay. Well, we can talk about that. This is mostly questions. Chris?
So, Maria, I'll ask you the same question I posed to Gina. Your group, if I remember right from your presentation, also incorporates Atascadero and Paso Robles?
So basically, like Gina said, like her visitor services is different, so is ours. So it's like a contract. So HBA, we get membership and I get sponsorship, but all the money that I get from membership and sponsorship goes all into an HBA account. It is not into the Atascadero account. It's separate. So I have my own bank account. I'm just using Atascadero for resources. That's like a hub for me. So they have Jose, for example, that does free websites. So he helps me with tech services. If I need copies, if I need something, questions, Josh is there. They're basically letting me use their Atascadero chamber to help me and support me to grow HBA. But our money is not put together at all.
Will you be approaching the city of Atascadero for a contribution?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Will that impact how much you need from the city of Paso Robles?
I'm going to be focusing more on Paso because the Hispanic community is a higher percentage here in Paso. So 40% of the Hispanic community and the ask and the needs is bigger here in Paso. So I will be dedicating, like I promised, 3 days a week in Paso. And so I would be in Atascadero 2 days a week.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Maria, are you a 501c nonprofit?
So I'm not a charitable, but I am I do have a nonprofit, but not the charitable where I can receive. So that's why I'm under the umbrella of the chamber per se. So if I ask for funding, like PG&E sponsored me, and so it could be the nonprofit of Atascadero Chamber. They receive the funds, and then PG&E knows that it's going to be funneled to HBA to help me with business support services for the Hispanic community.
Okay.
But they're able to receive the funds because they have the charitable entity.
Right. And do you have how many member board do you have for the
So
HBA?
currently in Paso, I have 30, and I have 10 members in Atascadero, and I have members in San Miguel as well.
That's your board?
Oh, no, my board. I'm sorry. I thought you said my, so right now we don't have a board yet. We're going to build a committee is what we're going to build, but we don't have a board currently. So we need to see where everything is going to go before we can start planning our future.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Okay. Any other questions for Maria? Okay. I think we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment. Ready to go.
Right. I would say we're done now with everybody who want to present. And then any other questions here? All right. We'll open it up to public comment. Dale, I think you were there.
Dale Augustin, I'm going to wear 3 hats all at once then. And I've told you many times that in '83, the Chamber started the first wine festival with 17 wineries. And the wine industry is the main attraction for tourists in Paso Robles. We know that. There's more downtown tasting rooms than there were wineries in the area when we started the first wine festival. Now, I agree with Councilman Gregory and Bausch that we need to diversify, but right now we need to take advantage of what we have. And what we have is a grandeur. We have a very nice tourist industry. And that tourist industry is dependent on the Wine Alliance, the Chamber of Commerce, and the downtown Main Street. And that's the main reason for helping us out with the funding, because that tourist business is why we're getting 40% of our sales tax from out-of-towners. You know that. You've already stated that. So we need to help them out as much as we can and as much as they've asked for. So please approve this.
Michael Rivera. I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. Through the pass-through, what the general fund provides these groups, which, by the way, Main Street, I think, has been very effective in what they've done over the years. It's remarkable what they've been able to accomplish. Because I remember in 1988 when things weren't very good. And they took that, and through Norma's direction and her leadership, here we are today. But I want to tell you, we're spending through the pass-through of the TOT, including what we spend out of the general fund. And I'm not speaking to anybody but the public right now. The public needs to understand this. We spend $3.5 million a year consolidated. And a lot of these groups do the same thing, or essentially they duplicate, they replicate. And this city has to ask the question, is this the most efficient way of doing the job? The Chamber does a great job. Wine Alliance does a great job. They all do fine. However, are we spending the money appropriately? And I think this TOT, which I mentioned, which I said long time ago, this has been a number of years now, that we should have been a little bit more aggressive on keeping more of that TOT for things that we talked about earlier this evening, including roads and other infrastructure costs. But what have we done? We're essentially spending $3.5 million a year. Now, I think that consolidating these groups, having them, which is already happening, they're working together, and this city looking really hard at the way TOT is passed through and what we're spending on duplicative efforts ought to be looked at. Now, I know that's not a popular thing with some of these organizations, but the bottom line, it's up to you as the city fathers to look at this, be objective, and look at what the best interest of Roblins is. Because I don't think people are doing that. And I've been complaining about this and trying to bring this, not to take anything away from what these groups do. And furthermore, to add another layer onto that, why the Chamber is not taking Maria's group under their wing and facilitating what they're attempting to do is beyond me. I don't understand that. I thought that's what their job was. And so I think this body needs to take a hard look at this and what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Francisco, welcome.
Francisco Ramirez. As a past president of the HBA, Hispanic Business Association, it's been around here in Paso Robles for 15 years. And when we started, I remember some comments of local people saying, "Oh yeah, why do this?" You know, like you know, he just mentioned repetitive. You know, there's already chambers, you know, doing this. Yeah, but they're not catering to the non-English business individual. There's a lot of businesses that not always speak clearly English, or that are catered to or spoken to in Espanol for one, or Mixteco, or any other languages. And that's something that we've done, is we've listened to the community members, to those business members here, and we've organized and helped them and give them resources and help their business continue and succeed here in Paso Robles. We've done fundraising. We've given away scholarships to local high school graduates. And that is why the ask now is, through COVID, it went down. So this is why we are asking you to be part of these other groups that are part of this community, which we are here in Paso Robles, part of this community. We want to continue servicing Paso Robles.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll bring it back then to council and discussion, direction.
So, Mayor Hammond, I have a suggestion to make.
Sure.
I think what we should do is deal with Main Street, the Chamber, and the Wine Alliance first. The request, I'm not sure why the request is different on the slide than it was in their presentation.
Oh.
So, what I'd like to do is, instead of grant them a 2-year budget, grant them a 1-year budget as asked, and come back as a group to talk about the fundraising issues that we were coming up with before, not to change their amounts, but for a procedure. I don't think it's fair for us to say, we want you to raise money now as part of your budget. So this would grant their budgets as requested, and then in 60 or 90 days, whenever we can get together with the groups, come together and come up with a good solution for fundraising. Or it happens in every sector of nonprofits, is where people and giving nonprofits money are looking for matching funds. It's just a way of life. And as a city, I think it's really good to do it that way. I don't want to change any number requests. I just want to get a time to meet with the community groups and discuss a good way to do this. And so that way Main Street or the Chamber or the Wine Alliance can just move ahead with a budget that works for them this year, and then save the money in the budget for the next year. But with a caveat, we have to get together with everybody and come up with a process. And then I'm sorry, on the HBA, don't take this personally, Murray. We're just going to leave you out of the conversation because you're not organized quite yet. But so that was my recommendation. I don't know how anybody else feels about that.
Okay, Chris Bausch.
I'm not sure of the motivation behind a 1-year funding. I like the idea of looking at our long-term partners in promoting Paso Robles, and they all seem to be fulfilling their missions quite well.
Yeah.
I don't think they should be penalized for doing a job that we've asked them to do. I want to support them in the 2 years, just because that's what we've done. It's tough enough to be running these organizations that are quasi-volunteer, quasi-super high-level business, hometown roots. I think we can say, hey, we're going to do the 2 years this time. The next time, let's think about a 1-year model. I could go along with you on that. I like your idea of separating HBA. I think HBA has some merit. I think we should discuss their merit and how we can work with them. But I don't think because they came into this process, we should penalize the other three that have proven themselves.
I agree.
Sure.
I just wanted to make a quick clarification. So the numbers on the screen for 24, 25, and 25, 26, again, those were what was in the proposed budget that staff presented back in March and have been including since then as a placeholder. If it's the desire to the council to go with what has been proposed by the groups, that should be the direction, and we'll take that forward. I just wanted to make that clarification.
I don't look at it as a penalization of anything. It's an option that we're suggesting for down the road, and one hopes that helping out an organization for quite a term gets them on their feet, gets the connections. When we were riding bicycles for raising money for MS, we had a small get-together of 40 people and raised $15,000 in one day. And we didn't have near the connections that a lot of these people have. So I don't think it's asking too much to have more participation through fundraising or other activities or donations. But again, I also don't think that we can just put that on them this year. As far as it looks like the $85,000 for the Wine Alliance is the same. We keep saying the chamber, but it's the visitor center. Is going from 110 to 115. And I know we're going into a 2-year budget. Do we need to do 2 years at this point, or can we come back and look at it?
That's the council's prerogative in terms of the length of contract. The last budget cycle, we did do a 2-year term for each of these organizations.
But we could keep it stable for what their ask is for this year, for the following year.
Again,
if we wanted to.
Yeah, you have the flexibility to provide any direction at this point in terms of length of term and the amount.
So, Sharon, I think as a council, we could leave the award the same for both years, and then just sit down with the groups and say, like, the Main Street did exactly the right thing. They said, okay, we're now going to raise $25,000 a year,
right? Which
does it. And Wine Alliance is already doing it with all their donations for high school scholarships, and actually the chamber's already doing it too with their other thing. But we have to figure out how that works. So, so I'd be okay approving it with the caveat that we get to meet with everybody and say, here's how it works. You help us finite this, and so that we have a contribution from you guys working in the future with us. So we're gonna, our budget times, I don't know if they're gonna get any better than they're right, or I'm sure they're gonna get worse than they're before they get better, but I want to have that commitment to all these groups for a couple of years, but sneak my comment in there about let's work together on a fundraising capacity. And, if Main Street does what they say they're gonna do, you guys, the other two are already doing it. So it's not a big deal. Yeah. We just have to formalize the agreement. You have the same money. So my question right now is, what kind of funding are we talking about? As proposed here? Okay.
Not on this slide.
Okay. So.
Well, that's not what's on this schedule.
Yeah, so what is the clarification for, I guess we have to ask again, but clarification for Main Street and Paso Robles Chamber.
So what I have from their proposals, and there's some just rounding here, but about $117,000 in change for Main Street. about $115,000 for the chamber and $85,000 for the Wine Alliance.
Right. So that'll be,
With the caveat.
we just get together and arrange.
And if I may, that was year one. So they do have year two numbers that are proposed. They just, if it's that same first year level for 2 years, that's the direction.
I think so.
Okay. I just wanted to get clarity.
So,
So the first year, if you just want to look at total, it's 317 total. The second year is 338 total for the three groups.
For this group.
For the three groups.
Right.
So if we're doing 2-year agreements, are we taking the first year as proposed by these groups and then just carrying that forward to the second year, or are you wanting to go with their second year proposals as well? Because
if I carry forward the first,
if I had my druthers, I want these groups to succeed. I want them to continue doing the good work that they do. I don't think they are asking. I've visited some of them more than others, but I know that they all work very hard for what they do. I don't want to create a sense that we're not appreciative of that. I would propose then modify my motion to go with the first year budget as from each group, and then increase it the second year by their proposed amount, with the caveat that they need to figure out how to do some fundraising. I don't know what direction we can provide on that. I don't know if we have somebody in our organization that, Steve, how would you do that?
I think that the only one's a little bit complicated is going to be a chamber, because there's an increase of $10,000.
Right, 115 or
115 to 125. And then I don't know. I haven't heard from Wine Alliance yet. I think it's. Go ahead. Go ahead and speak.
Thank you.
Offer some.
Appreciate the time to come back. Respectfully, I brought back that number because I was told that the city was flat budgeting for the next 2 years.
Right.
So I get that, and I respect that, and I love your comments, Mr. Bausch, about being partners and going. So I'm certainly would take any more money than the 85,000. I thought we were flat budgeting. So if it needed to be 3% more the second year or 5% more the second year, I'll take that. But I was just trying to be a team player.
That's another way to look at it. So, just do a percentage increase over the first year.
So just a thought, but it didn't want to.
Well, that's what Ryan Cornell gave us testimony before too, that we're basically in a deficit.
Right. So I understand it. So I just wanted to let you know that.
And that's why
I'm not a bad business person. I just wanted you to know why I put 85 times 2.
Right. So. And I personally, my druthers here, I would like to go with what we see on proposal, and even actually Main Street, maybe reduce that down. But we've got to conserve. We just heard testimony tonight from the public. We need to start saving money, right? And these folks do have a way of generating revenue on their own, which they do, but there could be done more to make it, in a lean year, which is where the city is at this point. My question to staff, Chris, do we, as I remember, we ask each group to submit reports through the season. In other words, the next 2 budgets, how they're achieving goals and whether we move forward or not. Similar to what we're doing with ECHO. They meet the goals.
So they're structured a little bit differently. They bring you annual reports right now, whereas I believe ECHO is quarterly. And that's the way it's worded in the respective agreements. Correct.
Right. So personally, I think, again, from all the testimony we heard tonight, everybody's telling us to cut, and this council's talking about adding here. So I don't really follow that thinking. Personally, right now, I see the schedule that we have in front of us. I'd be willing to do that, but as far as going on further, I'm not going to support it.
So just for clarification, I think we had a motion by Councilmember Bausch to go with the numbers that Mr. Huot had done based upon what they had submitted. I think that was seconded by Gregory.
Did you second? I don't think I heard a second.
There
I don't think
was no second. All right, so we've got a motion hanging out there without a second.
So let's hear the numbers again, Chris.
Okay, for year one, as proposed, Main Street is proposed about $117,000 and some change. For the Visitor Center, Chamber of Commerce, $115,000, and for the Wine Alliance, $85,000. That's year one. Year two, I believe Main Street is at $121,000 and some change. The Visitor Center is at $125,000, and the Wine Alliance is at $85,000.
So
With an articulated request for some sort of increase on that number because they were doing flat budgeting as we requested. So
Right.
that is a motion that we have, but we don't have a second. So we
So
need a second or that one needs to fail for lack of a second.
So I'd recommend, before I second, I'll recommend a change. So let's go the 24-25 budget for both years. At least they get a little bump up and it helps them survive.
For both
And-
years?
Yeah, well, so it'd be 117 for the Kramer and 117 for the Main Street, right?
117 for Main Street.
115, okay.
Yeah, if you just go with year one, it's for both years, it'd be 117 for Main Street, 115 for the Chamber, and 85 for the Wine Alliance.
Okay. The poor Wine Alliance is just asking for what they
Exactly.
need.
They're doing exactly what they were asked to do.
We'll honor
So
that
we've got
better
a-
next time.
a motion.
And that's for 2 years?
Yes.
So we've got a
2 years.
motion without a
With the
second.
caveat, we mean.
Hang on.
Was
Hang
that
on.
Gregory making the motion?
Hold on, we've got a motion from
We have a motion
Councilmember
that's being amended.
Bausch from without
So
a
you
second,
go-
and
Motion
now,
maker is considering the
We have
second, potential seconds amendment.
thank you.
I'm sorry, what?
Chris
So-
is thinking.
Councilmember
I'll
Greg,
second Gregory's amended motion.
Well, I didn't make,
I
was
thought
trying
he
to-
didn't make a
It's-
motion.
I'll stipulate.
It's up to
yes.
Chris right now. Chris?
all
he
right,
said yes.
Okay, so let's review again.
So we're gonna do 115 to Main Street, 117 to the
Total.
Chamber, and 85 to the Wine Alliance. Is that
I
right?
think it's the other way. So
Other way around.
117
Okay,
to,
whatever.
117 to Main Street, 115 to the Visitor Center, 85 to the Wine Alliance. Those numbers will carry forward for 2 years.
2 years.
Two-year
That way it's in
contract.
the budget. Yep.
That's how I understood that.
so Mr. Bausch has modified his motion to reflect that, and I am still waiting on a second.
Second.
We got 2 seconds. We got a second by Councilmember,
Gregory seconded.
second by
Give it to
Gregory.
Gregory.
Okay,
Okay. All right, so we have a motion.
Melissa,
Yeah.
did you get that?
I will get it.
Yeah, you will.
So we have
It's
Let me make sure
117.
we have Bausch as the first and
Gregory as a
the
second.
I heard there were 2 seconds and then I never heard the
Yep,
clarification.
Gregory went
Okay,
with
sorry.
second. And it's to go with the recommendation, the numbers that Mr. Huot has stated for us.
Right.
And I think we just need a vote.
117 Main, 115.
And the agreement to meet with all of them this next year prior to the second budget.
Okay, so so right now, their agreements are just, they come back every year. Do you want that, or did you want
No,
updates
this
during the year?
budget's good, but prior to the second year, we want to meet with
We'll do
everybody.
that. Let's.
Okay, I'll make that later. Never mind.
Thank you.
Easier to
Call
leave
for
it.
the question.
I'll ask that question. Thank you.
Anybody can, John.
No, we're going to
Anybody-
do it. This is
Anybody from the audience can.
All right, Chris. All right, you're going to be lecturing on us how we run a meeting, I guess, or what are we doing here?
It's just parliamentary procedure, Major. Anybody can call it.
We have an attorney that can chime in on that.
All right.
I want to go home.
Yeah, well, we're already over 10:30. So let's go ahead. If you've got the question all set up here for Melissa, let's go ahead and do it.
Councilmember Bausch.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Roden.
Aye.
Mayor Hammond.
No.
Motion passes 3-1.
Okay.
All right. So that leads us now to
HBA.
the end. Well, HBA, I think we need to make a conversation here real quick. Personally, I'd like to see more organization, legal organization, and the whole idea of your group that you have. You have to have a board. You have to have, I think, if we're using taxpayer dollars here, we need to have some sort of structure that I think council would want to see and legal would want to have. And I think you need to have more than what we have currently, what I've heard. but you're working on that too. It's not to say we can't fund you later, but I think at this point, maybe, you know, in your infancy here to get things started, Maria, I think we need to get more to the city as to what the structure of HBA really is and who you serve in the Paso Robles. I think, is there other?
Well, I think we should direct staff to meet with Maria.
Yeah.
To help her establish a budget that is representable. When we spend money with the public, Maria, we have to have it ironclad. You have to have a board of directors. Everything has to be set correctly in the way it's operating financially. And I believe in the HBA, but I think we need to set a time and a meeting with maybe Paul Sloan or even Ryan to help you guys set it up, and then figure out what we need to do for like a flow chart of how you're going to organize your group. And I can't approve your budget the way it's presented, but I can with more detail, like a board of directors, where you're going to be housed, and a complete budget. And it's within the kindest way I could say that. That's the easiest way for us to get to the next point for the HBA. So, and I'm sure there's people in the community that would help you get that together so that it's a complete budget and a complete process for us to approve. And then you'll have the same responsibilities as fundraising and everything else as everybody else. But we can't, I think it wouldn't be fair for us to do it without that in our hands, and to protect you and to protect us. So, and I don't know, Paul, it's kind of a tall order for you over there, but between you and Ryan to meet with Maria and set up a complete organization and a budget that we could support. Are you okay with that? Yeah, I want you to succeed in this. I believe in what you're doing. I believe it's important that we communicate with our Spanish-speaking folks in our community and let everybody have that same opportunity that we have. And it works well for organized. And I deal with a lot of nonprofits that are in the homeless world, and it's a totally different thing, but everybody has to play by the same book of rules. So I think it's really important. And we won't limit you on time or anything. Let's get together and try to figure it out and bring it back to the council. It's just going to have to be outside the budget for right now. Okay? Is everybody okay with that? Right?
Yes.
I think so. Okay, so Paul, just about a couple weeks, okay? Bring on that back. So you and Maria, and I'd be happy to help shepherd any of the conversations or the process with you.
If I could add to that, Maria, I'd be real comfortable if there was Main Street, for example, got a grant when they first started. I don't know if you remember that process or not. Starting off with no money is tough. I would really like to see you do some fundraising, get some donations. It doesn't have to be a lot, but just something to show that the community is behind you.
Yeah, there are banks that
Good. Sure. We're all kind of in the same boat. Yeah. So chicken and egg, I get that. I'm probably, and I don't know if you want to approach the consulate. We're getting way off target here, but there are ways for you to raise some money, small amounts, and maybe several small amounts, and then get a bank account started. That would go a long way in convincing the viability of all of us that you need to help. Great.
Yep.
So Maria, can you go to the podium, please, in case we have anybody on the...
Yeah.
Sorry. Yes, so, I mean, we do have an account. We are asking for grants who are out there. We have been doing this, without, this is our first ask. So we have been out there already doing the outreach and helping the community. We just want to elevate that to the next level. In order to do that, we need, help raising us up, and so that's why we're here. But yes, we're filling out grants with CESLOC and Wells Fargo. We got PG&E. We sat with Eric Daniels, and he supported us, and he gave us $5,000. I've sat down with Mr. Pashan, the county supervisor, and we filled out that grant, and they did help us. So we're out there asking. We asked all of them before we came here. So we're doing all of that. I'm out there on my one day off, trying to sign up membership. So we have on the budget, you'll see membership as part of that. We have events that we're gonna schedule to fundraise, a luncheon, a Hispanic women's luncheon. And we have other events that we want to put together, but we also need the funding to be able to do the event so that we can bring money back in. So all of this just keeps delaying for us to get started. And Mr. Gregory asked about, and Mr. Hammond asked for a board of directors. So actually, Josh Cross at Atascadero Chambers, he is helping me and he is mentoring me doing that. And so we attend the board of director meetings over there. And so they're helping us, kind of guide us, like you're saying. He gives me a goal. Maria, this is your goal. This is what you need to do. So he is mentoring me and he's helping me. He's run nonprofits before. He used to work for the city here. So it is something that we are growing and we are learning a lot. But in order to, move to the next level, that's why we're here, is to ask for funding to help us with all those plans and goals that we have.
Okay.
Maria, don't think that we think for one moment that you're sitting on your thumbs doing nothing. That's not what it's coming from. I think what Mr. Gregory is talking about is actual structure of your organization that allows us to participate with taxpayer money. And once those get those balls in a row, then we can talk about possible help. But it's not because you're not working and you're not trying to put this together. There's no doubt that you are. You're going above and beyond, and we know that.
We have full confidence that you're going to succeed.
Okay.
But we have to get you the tools to get there.
Okay.
And I think Josh is approaching it in a real nice way too. So, but we'll help you. And let's just work with us and we'll bring it back.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So the answer is not no, it's bring it back. Thank you.
All right. It's 11 o'clock. We have one item left basically in the city manager report. Everybody good to go for a couple minutes? Yes. Okay.
I'll be very, very brief. I just want to recognize that this week is National Public Works Week. We have 36 employees in our Public Works Department. They do a great job each and every day. So I wanted to recognize Director Berman and our Public Works staff. You all probably saw a calendar hold, but for the public, we are trying to schedule a budget workshop on June 3rd at 6 o'clock, just to get caught up a little bit on the budget. So hopefully everyone saw that, and if that works for everyone, then we'll move forward. If not, please let our office know. And then finally, we're getting closer and closer to our 4th of July celebration. We unfortunately are still a little bit short on sponsorships. So just putting out a note to the community that if they would like to help sponsor and support that great event, please contact Frida Berman. Please contact the city. We'll get you to the right person. But that's going to need to be wrapped up here in the next several weeks. So thank you.
Okay, very well. All right, committee and council reports. Who would like to start?
I'll go quickly. Went out to Virginia Peterson, look at their new options for sports fields over there. The teen center for teen movie night. I went out there. It was a little cold and windy. Hung out for about an hour and then went home, went to bed. So the kids could be on their own. What a great bunch of kids out there too. We did interviews for Park and Rec and Supplemental Tax Committee. And we also wound up the airport ad hoc and went to the Main Street Board meeting, which you already know about.
Okay, very good. Steve?
I was going to make it quick. One of my primary duties in the absence of our mayor while he was back east, I went and orchestrated a 100-year-old birthday party and wish her happy birthday from the city of Paso Robles. And there's quite a bit on here. I want to say we've been interviewing quite a few folks for a couple different boards, and I can't believe the quality of people that want to serve us on our commissions, and it's just such a pleasure to interview them every time and appoint them. So, and that's all I'm going to say. I'm going to keep it short. Oh, we did get funding today for ECHO to the tune of $1 million. It was great. Thank you.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Very good. Chris?
That's a lot. So I attended a reception for John Capal, the Howard Jarvis Taxpayers Association. Looking forward to seeing that resolution come back soon. Attended the advisory body interviews for supplemental sales tax. Attended with Mr. Hammond the IWMA Solid Waste Summit. Thank you, Mr. Spalding. I don't think he's here, but he did a great presentation on the city's proposed energy park. Attended the Olive and Lavender Festival hosted by our very own Downtown Main Street. On the 13th, attended the Senior Citizen Advisory Committee, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, and the Downtown Main Street Association Board meeting. Attended the Beechwood Community Park open house. That was really well organized. I don't know, Frida, if you could take credit for that, but I think that's probably one of the better ones that I've attended. So thank you very much for that. We had another advisory body interviews. I think we had 20 plus people, really outstanding people. We heard from one of them earlier this evening. It's nice that many people apply, so thanks for that. And then thanks very much to all those that helped our youth commissioner host a really great teen night. So thanks to Angelica, to Linda, and to Gigi, and to all the volunteers who helped. That was a really good event. Thanks.
Okay. Things that I went to, of course, was the IWMA Waste Conference with Chris Bausch, and next they had the ABCD normal meeting. Nothing to report there, really. Then we went to, actually Paul Sloan and I went to Sacramento last week for a REACH Spaceport Conference, and it was very important that we, I think, got there with a lot of good players in the Central Coast. There were about 20 people in that room, along with elected officials from Sacramento. And then also, I was also on with the Wine Festival, judge for Masters of the Fire. Chef Tyler Florence, I never met him before, but apparently he's doing a TV series around the United States, and we were the first place he wanted to start with. And all the contestants, all the winners end up in Texas. So I know that Jeffries was awarded, I think, by the People's Choice. And there was another one that was selected that will also go to Texas. So very well done there. Coming up on events, we have city facilities closed for observance of Memorial Day, May 27th. Planning Commission meeting is going to be May 28th, the next day. We have a special council meeting, advisory body board for May 29 at 5 o'clock. Paso Robles City Council meeting again back here at June 4th, this time 6:30. So with that, I think we're good to go. Motion for adjournment. So moved. Yeah. So we've got a motion by Gregory, second by Bausch. All in favor? Aye. We stand adjourned.